Chapter 1533. Chapter 1533. Chapter 1533 Concealment, or Acupuncture. Xie Zhongtao was slightly taken aback. Would acupuncture still work on a patient whose entire body had rotted to 70 to 80%, with some parts even showing the bones? It's time to watch a joke. The corners of Chen Shanfu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile in his eyes. Everyone stared at Uncle Dongfang on the sickbed. Li Xian was a little nervous. Uncle Dongfang's family background was so terrifying. If Ning Qi couldn't cure him, would he vent his anger on them? After about 7 or 8 seconds, Uncle Dongfang still did not move. At this time, Chen Shanfu's dry laughter came from behind them. It seems that acupuncture is still useless for this strange disease. Where are the swindlers? The slightly younger youth standing next to Dongfang Haiying also muttered. It's still useless. There was a hint of disappointment in Dongfang Yan's eyes. Xie Zhongtao, is this the godly doctor that you recommended? Dongfang Haiying coldly turned around and looked at Xie Zhongtao. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Xie Zhongtao's forehead. Mr. Hoing, in fact, he was introduced to me by our hospital's Dr. Chin. Didn't you also investigate the patient who had been paralyzed for more than 10 years and was also cured by him? Chun Shanfu cursed in his heart and hurriedly stood up. He glanced at Ning Qi with schadenfreude, then looked at Dongfang Haiying and said respectfully, Mr. Haiying, it's like this. That day, I personally saw this genius doctor use acupuncture to cure a patient who had been paralyzed for more than 10 years. Seeing that Mr. Dongfang's condition was so strange, I thought that perhaps some wandering Jianghu doctors had some special methods. So I recommended him to the director. But I didn't expect. Dad, this is my negligence. Dongfang Yan apologized in a low voice. Then she looked at Ning Qi and said, Mr. Ning, I'll walk you out. Dongfang Haiying gave a cold snort. Without even looking at Ning Qi, he reached out to pull out the silver needles from Uncle Dongfang's body. But before his hand could touch the needles, they emitted a dazzling white light. Like flowing water, they entered Uncle Dongfang's body. This is? Dongfang Haiying's body stiffened, and he looked at Ning Qi in shock. This old man's meridians have already been blocked. Those few needles just now were to open up his meridians first. Next, the real treatment will come. Why are you so anxious? Ning Qi glanced at Dongfang Haiying. The way everyone looked at Ning Qi suddenly changed slightly. The scene just now looked a little mysterious. Could it be a smokescreen? A layer of cold sweat broke out on Chen Shanfu's forehead, and he looked at Ning Qi in surprise and uncertainty. A trace of joy flashed in Dongfang Yan's eyes. She hurriedly walked to Dongfang Haiying's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Dongfang Haiying's gaze towards Ning Qi immediately changed. Amidst the shock, there was a trace of respect. Several strands of the laws of wood flowed through Dongfang Bo's body. When the man-made poison came into contact with the laws of wood, it dissipated. Under the nourishment of the laws of wood, Dongfang Bo's body, which was already rotten beyond recognition, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the people in the ward could feel the majestic vitality. They felt as if there was an extremely comfortable aura filling their surroundings. Big brother, look. The youth pointed at Dongfang Bo's body in shock and looked at Dongfang Haiying. The rotten flesh on Dongfang Bo's body was peeling off layer by layer, and at the same time his new flesh and blood were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Xie Zhongtao and Chen Shanfu muttered to themselves, not daring to believe the scene. Everything that was happening in front of them had already surpassed their imaginations. As expected of someone of that level, Dongfang Haiying's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Is this real? Li Xian subconsciously pulled on Ning Qi's arm, her eyes somewhat dazed. 5 minutes later, on the sickbed, the rotten flesh on Dongfang Bo's body had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with new flesh and skin. His eyelids moved slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. "Dad, you're awake." Dongfang Haoying excitedly stepped forward. I'm awake. I already know what happened just now. You can ask the irrelevant people to leave." Dongfang both said weakly. Irrelevant people? Xie Zhongtao and Chen Shanfu were immediately politely asked to leave by Dongfang Yan. "The matter has been settled. You can give me the information on the jade disc of good fortune." Ning Qi indifferently looked at Dongfang Yan. "Say, senior." Dongfang both struggled to sit up. Seeing this, Dongfang Haoying hurriedly stepped forward to support him, letting him lean on the sickbed. Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Bo. "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" "Thank you for your help, senior. Junior feels that my body has never felt better before. It's just that I'm a bit hungry, that's why I'm so weak." Dongfang Bo smiled. "Father-in-law, I'll go get you something to eat." The beautiful middle-aged woman immediately reacted and left the sick room. "Since that's the case, this transaction is concluded. We can fulfill the contract now," Ning Qi lightly said. "Why haven't you apologized to senior?" Dongfang Bo suddenly looked at Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan hurriedly bowed to Ning Qi. "Say, Senior Ning, I hid something from you. Please forgive me." "Speak, what happened?" Ning Qi's eyes gradually turned cold. Dongfang Bo smiled bitterly. "This matter. I have to start from the lost jade disc of good fortune. This jade disc of good fortune was personally dug out by one of my disciples and was treated as a national treasure for research. But some time ago, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. I used many connections to find a clue, but the next day I became like this. At first, my flesh did not rot so quickly. I guessed some of the reasons, so I went to ask Senior for help, but when they saw the rotten flesh on my body, they all shook their heads, not daring to help." "Why is that?" Ning Qi lightly said. "Because I offended someone I should not have offended. The jade disc of good fortune is in the hands of this person. At your level, his status is very high and his cultivation is very high, so no one was willing to help. This matter, this junior's granddaughter did not tell the truth. Otherwise, senior is afraid." Dongfang Bo smiled bitterly. He did not finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. "Senior Ning, please forgive me." Dongfang Yan maintained her bowed posture. Seeing this, Dongfang Haoying and his brother also hurriedly bowed and apologized to Ning Qi. "Then, what about the whereabouts of the jade disc of good fortune?" Ning Qi lightly said. "Senior, now that you know the truth, do you still want to continue searching for the jade disc of good fortune?" "That existence, I'm afraid." Dongfang Bo was slightly startled. "He is as strong as a god in your eyes, but in my eyes he is just an ant. A transaction is a transaction, no matter what you are hiding behind the scenes. It has nothing to do with me. I only want information and clues." Chapter 1534. Chapter 1534. Venerable Blood Dragon. Although Ning Qi's tone was flat, even Li Xan could hear the confidence in it. Dongfang Bo's expression changed slightly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "Senior, are you?" "Clues and information." Ning Qi ignored Dongfang Bo and looked at Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan hesitated for a moment, took out a USB and handed it to Ning Qi. "After Grandpa's accident, I carried this information with me. It's what you want." Ning Qi took the USB, smiled, and walked out of the ward with Li Xan. Dongfang Yan opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Outside the ward, Xie Zhongtao and Chen Shanfu stood anxiously. Seeing Ning Qi come out, their expressions changed slightly. Chen Shanfu didn't dare to speak, while Xie Zhongtao smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Ning Qi. But Ning Qi had already pulled Li Xan and passed by him. Xie Zhongtao stood there awkwardly. In the ward. "Dad, you're bound to have good fortune after surviving this disaster. However, I don't think our Dongfang family should get involved in those things. We're just ordinary people. We have no chance of winning against those existences unless we can lure them to a place and blow them all up with a nuclear bomb. We'll definitely die, even if we hide at the ends of the earth. Dongfang Haing whispered. Yes, Dad. What Big Brother said makes sense. That person attacked you this time, and next time he may attack us. Dongfang Bo's youngest son echoed. I know what I'm doing in this matter. There are 2 reasons why I was tricked this time. The first is my own negligence. The second is that someone doesn't want me to meddle in other people's business. I don't know who this person is for now, but I will find him. Dongfang Bo said lightly. You mean? Dongfang Haing's expression changed slightly. Oh, the 18th Research Institute is heavily guarded. Even if it is someone at that level, if there is no traitor, how can he take away the jade plate of fate from my hands? I have already found some clues. The jade plate of fate is related to the evolution of our human beings. Unfortunately, give me some time and I will know more. Maybe our Dongfang family can also become an existence at that level. Dongfang Bo said with a gloomy face. That person sounded very confident just now. He shouldn't be afraid of that person. Maybe the good fortune jade plate will fall into his hands. Why don't we cooperate with him? Dongfang Haing whispered. Leave this matter to Yen. Dongfang Bo said lightly. Yes, Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to complete this task. Dongfang Yen quickly nodded. Not long after leaving the hospital, Li Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. Beixian, was that real or fake? How did a person who was about to rot come back to life with just a few needles from you? And that white light. Li Xian, in this world there are some things that ordinary people don't know, Ning Qi said slowly. When he was in the ward just now, Ning Qi's attention was mostly on Li Xian, paying attention to the blood in her body. In the end, even though he released a trace of the law of Wood's aura, there was no movement in Li Xian's body. From this, it could be inferred that the reason the system said not to reveal his identity was probably related to the immortal Qi. Couldn't he let the fruit of fortune in his bloodline sense the immortal Qi before they intercourse? This was Ning Qi's guess. I got it. You are a martial arts master. Wasn't that Qigong just now? No wonder you are so good at fighting. Even the military instructor was no match for you. Before Ning Qi finished, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Well, you can say that. Ning Qi smiled. I have something to do. I'll send you back to school first. Is it related to the good fortune jade disc you were talking about? Well, okay, I know I shouldn't ask too many questions. Send me back to school first. I still need to digest everything I saw today. If I tell Hui, she will definitely not believe me. Should I keep this matter a secret and not tell Hui? Li Xian mumbled to herself first, then looked at Ning Qi with some realization. It's best to keep it a secret. Actually, even if you tell her, Wu Wenhui may not believe you. She will only say that I lied to you. Ning Qi smiled. After sending Li Xian back to school, Ning Qi walked to a corner and appeared in the Nuwa in a flash. Control room. Nuwa. Export the information inside. Ning Qi threw the USB drive to Nuwa. Nuwa reached out and grabbed it. In less than a breath, Ning Qi saw many words and pictures appear on the big screen in front of him. In one of the pictures, there was a moon-white jade disc with very complicated patterns embossed on it. Magnify this picture 100 times. Ning Qi said. Nuwa nodded, and then the jade disc was magnified 100 times. At the same time, the picture was a little blurry, but after a slight flash, it became clear again. This was a very simple function of the Nuwa. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Magnify 1,000,000,000 times. Leader, this is already the limit. Nuwa said with some embarrassment. After the image was magnified 1,000,000,000 times, what Ning Qi saw seemed to be a world. It was a world that was carved on a palm-sized jade disc. However, this was far from its limit. If it was magnified further, he might be able to see even deeper. Nuwa's capabilities had already reached its limit. Unless I get it and observe it with my divine telekinesis. Thoroughly meticulous, Ning Chi muttered to himself. Leader, all the information and clues in it point to this guy. Nuwa interrupted Ning Chi's contemplation. The picture flashed and a picture appeared. In it, there was a gloomy middle-aged man in a suit, looking up at the sky. This picture seemed to be taken by a satellite, and after Nuwa's optimization, it became much clearer. Blood Dragon Immortal? Living on a small island somewhere overseas? Ning Chi smiled slightly, and his divine telekinesis spread out like water. It was very fast, and in a few breaths he locked on an aura with his divine telekinesis. To Ning Chi's surprise, there were several auras similar to that of Blood Dragon Immortal in that place, and all of them were at the 5th rank of the Qi refining realm. No wonder no cultivator dares to help Uncle Dongfang. This is a gang crime. A faint smile appeared on Ning Chi's face. Nuwa, let's go. Chapter 1535. Chapter 1535. Chapter 1535. The Jade Disc of Fate. This was a small island with a radius of thousands of kilometers. In addition to the breaths that Ning Chi felt, there were thousands of ordinary mortals on the island. At the highest point of the island, there was a white building like a palace, in sharp contrast with the ordinary houses below the island. Ning Chi came to this luxurious building and walked to a huge conference room as if he was taking a stroll in a leisurely field. On the way, there were many people at rank 2 and rank 3 of the Qi refining realm. They should be the disciples of those guys, and they were laughing and discussing Taoism together. There was a round table in the conference room where 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, were sitting. They all seemed to be in their 40s or 50s. One of them was a mortal blood dragon, and the other 2 looked kind and fierce. The only woman was dressed fashionably. No one would think that she was at rank 5 of the Qi refining realm, which belonged to the top of the food chain on Earth. At the moment, they were concentrating on examining a white jade disc in the center of the round table. No one noticed Ning Chi's arrival. Rank 5 of the Qi refining realm. You want to explore it with such a weak divine mind. Ning Chi showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. These 4 people had the same idea as him. They wanted to use their divine minds to visualize the jade disc of fate. Ning Chi didn't say anything and stood quietly aside. After a while, the fashionably dressed woman let out a long sigh. No, we can't refine this jade disc of fate, and we can't find out the mystery in it. It seems that our cultivation is too low. Granny Ling, don't say such discouraging words. The message handed down by Kunlun sect since ancient times has made it very clear that as long as we find the jade disc of fate, we can become immortals. Immortals? Don't you want to know how strong that realm is? Although we can walk in the air now, and in the eyes of mortals, we are like immortals, but can you resist a nuclear bomb? Not to mention a nuclear bomb. A sniper rifle can kill us if we are not careful. The kind-looking cultivator opened his eyes and smiled at the woman. Good immortal, it's easy for you to say. This legend was stolen by you and evil immortal from the forbidden area of Kunlun sect when the sect master was possessed by the devil. Don't you doubt whether it's true or not. Becoming immortals, do real immortals exist in this world? I am very doubtful. Granny Ling sneered. You stinky woman. We invited you to study the good fortune jade disc out of goodwill, and you're here to say such depressing things? The ferocious-looking Dao Master Evil abruptly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in his eyes. Don't worry. We still have a lot of time to study it slowly. If we really can't do it, I'll save Uncle Dongfang. He seems to have some clues about the good fortune jade disc. Immortal Blood Dragon, who had been silent, slowly opened his eyes. You should have done this earlier, but I was afraid that Immortal Blood Dragon would be dissatisfied, so I didn't put forward this proposal. There are the most advanced instruments in the Research Institute of Uncle Dongfang. Speaking of which, the technology of this era has far exceeded our cognition. We have to admit that we are old. Granny Ling said with a faint smile. Then I'll let my disciple bring him here. Immortal blood, dragon sneered. No need. A voice rang out from behind the four of them, causing their hairs to stand on end. Shock filled their eyes as they looked in the direction of the voice. Who are you? Immortal blood dragon stared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled, reached out, and the good fortune jade disc on the round table fell into his hand. At this time, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the good fortune jade disc. Please enter the Kunlun ruins in 10 years to open the great formation of immortality. I see. Is it a key? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy. In this way, his advancement task was half completed. Next, he just needed to wait for time. Who the hell are you? Put down the good fortune jade disc. Immortal Evil growled, and a majestic qi suddenly gushed out of his body. In an instant, his body swelled up by 3 times, and he pounced on Ning Qi. The other 3 reacted quickly. Just as they were about to take advantage of Immortal Evil's attack to suppress Ning Qi, they abruptly stopped the next moment. How dare you, a mere rank 5 Qi refining realm, attack me? Ning Qi sneered. His aura, which was thousands of times more terrifying than evil Dao Masters, surged out like a stormy sea. The 4 of them were so frightened by this aura that their legs went soft. It was as if their 5th stage Qi refining cultivation had disappeared. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground. The terrifying aura made them sweat profusely, as if they were kittens in front of a tiger. What a terrible cultivation! Human immortal, is he a human immortal? How could there be such an old monster in this world? The 4 people looked at Ning Qi with sweat on their foreheads and a pleading look on their faces. Ning Qi slowly withdrew his aura, casually pulled a chair, and sat down. Immortal Blood Dragon and the other 3 people did not dare to stand up without permission, still kneeling on the ground. Say, Senior! Granny Ling forced a smile on her face and mustered up her courage to speak. Say what you want to say. Ning Qi said lightly while looking at the good fortune jade disc. Are you a human immortal? Granny Ling looked at Ning Qi cautiously. What is a human immortal? Ning Qi put away the good fortune jade disc and looked at Granny Ling calmly. Forming the golden elixir and becoming a human immortal, Immortal Kindness suddenly said, Oh, it's alchemy duel. What about above human immortal? What do you call them? Ning Qi smiled slightly. Above human immortal. The hearts of the 4 of them stirred up a storm. They looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer this question. Well, you can think of me as a human immortal. What is the Kunlun sect you mentioned just now? I've been to Kunlun. Why didn't I see anything? Ning Qi said lightly, A human immortal, indeed a human immortal. The 4 of them were surprised and delighted. They thought that no one in this world could break through to the realm of human immortals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of using the Fate Jade Disc to break through. They didn't expect that a human immortal would appear in front of them. Senior, the Kunlun sect is actually not in Kunlun. According to them, the origin of this sect is inherited from the Queen Mother of the West in the ancient Kunlun land. But everyone knows that this is just a myth. There is no Queen Mother of the West in this world. They say this to elevate themselves and belittle others. Granny Ling suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke before the other 3 people. Who said there is no Queen Mother of the West? I have seen Erlingshin. Ning Qi laughed at himself. Chapter 1536. Chapter 1536. Chapter 1536. A city. If someone else told Immortal Blood Dragon that he had seen Erlingshin, they would definitely slap him to death and throw him into the sea. However, the aura of this person in front of them made them unable to mobilize their cultivation and made them kneel on the ground. He was definitely a human immortal. It seemed that there was no need for such an existence to deceive them. Then, does Erlang Shin really exist? To be able to see Erlang Shin's existence, wouldn't he also be a deity? Go on. Ning Qi gave Granny Ling a sidelong glance. Granny Ling hurriedly said, Senior, the Kunlun sex base is not in China, but in Europe. That's why you can't find them in Kunlun. Oh, in Europe! Ning Qi pondered for a moment and then looked at the two brothers. Tell me everything you got from the Kunlun sect without missing a word. News? Dao Master Evil was taken aback. Jinren Shan's reaction was extremely fast. He hurriedly repeated it. The general meaning was that the Jade Plate of Fate was related to becoming an immortal. It was a secret passed down from the Kunlun sect since ancient times. This secret was carved in the forbidden land of the Kunlun sect. Ning Qi nodded slowly. The information provided by Blood Dragon Immortal was quite consistent with the advancement task that the system gave him. After thinking about it, Ning Qi stood up and looked at Blood Dragon Immortal. Uncle Dongfang was poisoned by you, wasn't it? Immortal Blood Dragon was stunned. Dongfang Bo. This human immortal is related to the Dongfang family? Granny Ling and the other two immediately looked at Immortal Blood Dragon with some pity. Senior, Immortal Blood Dragon, looked at Ning Qi with a wry smile, and his body trembled uncontrollably. I have nothing to do with the Dongfang family. It's just that they used the Good Fortune Jade Disc to make a deal with me. Therefore, you're not allowed to do anything to the Dongfang family. Do you understand? Ning Qi said lightly. Understood. The four nodded quickly, and Immortal Blood Dragon was resentful in his heart. It turned out that the Dongfang family had leaked the news to this human immortal. With the Good Fortune Jade Plate in hand, Ning Qi planned to get up and leave. The four people who were originally afraid of Ning Qi subconsciously looked at each other. Then Granny Ling hurriedly said, Senior, please stay. What's up? Ning Qi glanced at them indifferently. Senior, please accept us as your disciples. The four of them knelt down and kowtowed in unison. Take you as my disciples? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. These people's aptitudes were considered extremely poor in the central continent. Each of them was probably in their 80s or 90s, or even over 100 years old. However, he was still only a king of Dou. He was not even comparable to the group of king of Dou in the Qin Tang Empire. It's impossible for me to take you as my disciples. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The four of them were extremely disappointed. They had been searching for the Tao for their entire lives. Now, they had just seen a glimmer of hope, and the door had been closed. But his tone changed. The door opened a little more. The four of them revealed a look of anticipation. I still have to stay on Earth for a few more years, so I'll reluctantly accept you as my servants. Ning Qi smiled faintly. As a servant? What kind of status did the four of them have? When they went to some small countries, even the leaders had to personally come out to greet them. But to be servants? Wait, staying on Earth for a few years, could it be they immediately guessed some clues in their hearts? They hadn't seen a figure like Ning Qi in so many years, and they suddenly saw him today. Could it be that this person before them was an immortal that had returned from the outer domain? Thinking of this, the four of them hurriedly said in unison, Thank you, Master! Well, these elixirs are your wages for the next period of time. After taking them, it won't be a problem for you to break through a realm. Ning Qi casually threw a dozen cocoon-breaking elixirs to them. The 5th rank of the Qi refining realm was equivalent to the King realm, which was divided into 1 star to the peak. Except for Immortal Blood Dragon, who was a 7-star king of fighters, the others were only 6-star kings of fighters. These cocoon-breaking elixirs could help them break through to the Emperor realm in a short time, which was the 6th rank of the Qi refining realm. On Earth, except for Ning Qi, these 4 people were invincible. Thank you, Master. The 4 of them were overjoyed. They quickly distributed the elixirs and then knelt to Ning Qi. I have something for you to do. Do you know the Arctic Mountain Group in Huaxia? Ning Qi said faintly. Arctic Mountain Group? The Arctic Mountain Group under the command of Immortal Black Tortoise? Immortal Blood Dragon was slightly stunned. Immortal Black Tortoise. It turns out that the little guy in the Century Dragon Hotel that day was indeed sent by the person behind Zhang Shan. Ning Qi slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Now he finally understood that Zhang Shan could reach this step in just a dozen years because he had the help of a cultivator. Yes, it's this group. I want you to use your power to suppress them in all aspects until Zhang Shan goes bankrupt. Ning Qi said faintly. Zhang Shan, the mortal junior of Immortal Black Tortoise? Granny Ling was stunned for a moment. Master, the chairman of the Arctic Mountain Group, Zhang Shan, is only a mortal descendant of the Black Tortoise spiritual master. He doesn't have any cultivation. I can send a disciple to take his head. I want his head. Can't I take it myself? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Granny Ling quickly closed her mouth. Master, don't worry. We will handle this matter well. But if Immortal Black Tortoise takes action, Immortal Blood Dragon said respectfully. At the end of his words, there was a hint of hesitation on his face. Immortal Black Tortoise is recognized as the #1 expert in Huaxia. His cultivation is much stronger than ours. Even if the 4 of us join forces, I'm afraid we are no match for him. It's not too late to take action after you take these elixirs. After you take them, I'm afraid even 10 Immortal Black Tortoise are no match for any one of you. Ning Qi smiled faintly, and then his figure disappeared directly in front of the 4 people. A residual shadow. It was a residual shadow just now. Immortal Evil cried out in shock. Immortal Blood Dragon stood up from the ground and looked at Granny Ling and Immortal Kindness. Our opportunity has come. The Nuwa. Ning Qi sat cross-legged and focused. He held the jade disc of fate in his hand and instantly entered the state of visualization. His divine thoughts rushed into the jade disc of fate, which kept enlarging in front of him. 100 million times. 100 million times. 10 billion times. 100 billion times. When Ning Qi felt that his divine thoughts could not bear it anymore, the figure formed by his divine thoughts finally landed on the ground. This was a city, a very magnificent giant city. Ning Qi's face showed a trace of astonishment. In this giant city, countless figures flowed in and out, passing by Ning Qi. However, these people were as tall as giants, while Ning Qi was like an ant. A footprint suddenly fell on his head. Ning Qi wanted to avoid it, but with his speed, he only moved a little bit and was stepped on. Chapter 1537. Heavenly Tao List Leader, what happened? Nuwa hurriedly said. Ning Qi waved his hand and looked at the good fortune jade disc in his hand with a serious expression. He wasn't sure if there was really a city on it. However, he was sure that the city was very terrifying. The people inside were all very powerful. If they stepped on him, he wouldn't be able to dodge even if he wanted to. This reminded Ning Qi of when Sun Wukong was suppressed by Tathagata Buddha. No matter how he flew, he couldn't escape from Tathagata Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Just now, Ning Qi felt like he was Sun Wukong, and the sole of his foot was Tathagata Buddha's 5-finger mountains. With a thought, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ning Qi. Who are you? Nuwa's face revealed a hint of surprise. We're on the same side. Ning Qi waved his hand. Boss, where did this little girl come from? That's not right. The way little Six looked at Nuwa slightly changed. After a while, he revealed a trace of surprise and asked Ning Qi, This little girl is an artifact spirit. Yes, artifact spirit. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. My goodness, apart from connate spiritual treasures, there's actually an artifact spirit in this world. Little Six was shocked. You are the artifact spirit. I am the intelligent terminal of Nuwa. Nuwa said in dissatisfaction. All right, he's one of us. There's no need to hide it. Ning Chi said faintly before telling Little Six everything that had happened during this period of time. Little Six was even more shocked when he learned that Ning Chi had actually left the central mainland. You're merely at the Transcendence realm. Even if your battle prowess has reached the creation realm, how can you break through the heavenly Tao formation in the sky above the central mainland? Little Six said in surprise. Heaven's path formation? Ning Chi was slightly startled. Who set up that formation? It's not who. Little Six smiled and revealed a mysterious look as he pointed at the sky. That was set up by the heavenly Tao. As long as there are cultivators, there will be a heavenly Tao array. The heavenly Tao, an illusory existence. Ning Chi shook his head. Don't doubt me. Even an eternal immortal emperor would have to obey the heavenly Tao's decree. Only by breaking through the heavenly Tao can you transcend. You have to know that both mortals and immortals are defying the heavens. This is why lightning tribulations would descend when you break through to a certain realm. If you think that there is no heavenly Tao, then where would the lightning tribulations come from? Moreover, aren't the actions of the netherworld cultivators regulated by the heaven Tao as well? Little Six sneered. The heavenly way you speak of, what form does it take? Ning Chi frowned slightly. Maybe it's a person, maybe it's a flower or a blade of grass. Whatever you think it is, it's whatever you think it is. Up until now, I've never heard of anyone being able to transcend the heavenly Tao and see the heavenly Tao. Little Six smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's not talk about such a distant matter. Look at this thing. Do you recognize it? Ning Chi handed the good fortune jade disc to Little Six. This is. Little Six reached out and took it. After examining it for a moment, his expression became even more strange. He looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Boss, where did you get this from? Seeing Little Six's expression, Ning Chi knew that he had asked the right person. I picked it up from the roadside. Quickly tell me where it came from. Picked it up from the roadside? Are you joking? Go pick up an Immortal Lord token from the roadside and try. Where did you pick it up from? I want to pick it up too. Little Six looked at Ning Chi with an exaggerated expression. Immortal Lord token? Little Six said that the good fortune jade disc is an Immortal Lord token? Looks like it really is from the Immortal Continent. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. He immediately snatched the good fortune jade disc from Little Six's hand and asked, Be honest and tell me where it came from. The origin of this item is very extraordinary. Even in the Immortal Continent, I have only seen it a few times. This is an identity token bestowed by the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Continent to the various Immortal Lords under him. It is commonly known as the Immortal Lord token. Although it symbolizes status, it is also a rare top-grade Tao artifact. Usually, when Immortal Lords travel, they will have tens of thousands of followers. These followers are basically cultivating in the Immortal Lord token. There's a huge city inside. Little Six said. In other words, the people I saw just now are the followers of the owner of the Immortal Lord token? A trace of astonishment flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. Then he frowned. If any one of the people inside came out, they would probably be able to crush Ning Chi to death easily. Originally, Ning Chi was rather happy about obtaining the good fortune jade disc. But now he felt that it was a hot potato. Boss, looking at your expression, you probably used your spiritual will to probe it, right? Haha. Don't worry, you haven't become an Immortal Lord, so you can't really enter. The people inside can't come out either. Little Six laughed. Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief. Other than that, the Immortal Lord token has another use. It can check the Heavenly Tao list. Little Six smiled. Heavenly Tao list? Ning Chi was stunned. The things that Little Six was talking about were probably things from the immortal race's continent. You have immortal chi on you. Try activating the Immortal Lord token. Little Six said. Ning Chi nodded and injected a trace of immortal chi into it. At the next moment, the scenery around them suddenly changed. He, Little Six, and Nuwa seemed to have appeared in the universe. In the pitch-black sky, there were huge golden words that looked like planets. The 3 words Heavenly Tao List were the most eye-catching. Below these 3 words, there were densely packed golden words. But no matter how Ning Chi looked, he couldn't see them clearly. Little Six, what is this? Ning Chi asked curiously. This is the ranking of the experts of the immortal race's continent. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so you naturally can't see it. When your cultivation breaks through to the lowest grade of the immortal race's continent, you will naturally be able to see the names on it. This ranking isn't something that ordinary people can see. Other than special places, only immortal lords can use the immortal lord token to look at it. Little Six smiled. After a pause, Little Six's face revealed a hint of hope. The experts that can enter the Heavenly Tao List are 1 in a million in the immortal race's continent. According to the different cultivation realms, there are also different rankings. It's just that you and I can't see it now. Oh, it's similar to the Azure Dragon ranking. Ning Chi nodded. Dongxian also had a ranking in the past. It seemed that wherever there was a pugilistic world, there would be competition. Even immortals were no exception. To be honest, boss, you are really lucky. I don't know which immortal lord died here, but you actually picked up his immortal lord token. In the future, when you go to the immortal race's continent, the immortal lord token still has some magical uses. Also, with it, you can activate those ancient teleportation arrays in the universe. Chapter 1538. The Heavenly Tao is dead. The Immortal Lord token can activate the ancient teleportation array? Does the giant stone array count? Ning Chi heard Little Six words and immediately thought of Nua's speculation about the giant stone array. If it was really an ancient teleportation array, then the Immortal Lord token should be able to activate it. Boss, you haven't refined this Immortal Lord token yet, right? I think you should find a time to refine it in case some existence discovers the Immortal Lord token in the future and snatches it away. You won't even have a place to cry. Little Six said to Ning Chi. Ning Chi nodded and stopped injecting immortal chi into the Immortal Lord token. Instantly, the 3 of them returned to Nuwa, as if everything just now was just an illusion. You said it was a supreme grade Tao artifact? Does it have any attacking methods? Ning Chi's fingers gently rubbed the Immortal Lord token. Little Six once said that in the immortal continent, the strongest magic treasure was the innate spiritual treasure, followed by the Tao artifact, then the immortal artifact, and finally the spirit artifact. Spirit artifacts were usually used by low-level immortals. The supreme grade coiling dragon staff was already able to destroy all techniques, so the Immortal Lord token that was 2 grades stronger than it should be even more terrifying. The Immortal Lord token is a support-type Tao artifact. Although it's a supreme grade Tao artifact, in terms of attacking methods, it's not too strong. Moreover, your current cultivation can't even compare to the lowest level immortal clan, so you can't unleash a 10,000th of its power. You can use it as a stone to smash people, maybe can smash 1 or 2 9 Tribulations creator. Little Six said uncertainly, You used an immortal weapon in the immortal continent. Ning Chi smiled. That I used a supreme grade spirit artifact. Little Six smiled awkwardly. No wonder you're not too clear about the power of the Immortal Lord token. A supreme grade Tao artifact definitely has some magical uses, but I'll slowly study it later. Ning Chi smiled. The world you're in now. Little Six rolled his eyes, not wanting to talk about this topic. He walked in front of the big screen and looked at the scene outside. Then, his face suddenly revealed a trace of shock. What's wrong? Ning Chi said. Follow me. Little Six's expression became very serious. Ning Chi and Goddess Nvaiwa looked at each other and followed Little Six out of Goddess Nvaiwa. Little Six stood in the air above Goddess Nvaiwa and looked up at the sky. After about an hour, he looked down at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. The way of heaven here is dead. The heavenly axiom is dead. How could the heavenly Tao die? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Of course, the heavenly Taos won't die. However, the heavenly Taos in this place are merely the incarnation of the heavenly Taos. You know that the heavenly Taos in every place are different because the heavenly Taos have countless incarnations. The incarnation of the heavenly Taos in this place is definitely dead. When you guys entered this place earlier, you didn't spend much effort, right? Little Six said in a deep voice. Indeed, it was easy to get in. Other than the atmosphere, there was no heaven's path formation. Ning Qi nodded, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the earth once had a heavenly law formation? When my heavenly dragon clan arrived at the central mainland, do you know how many clansmen were sacrificed in order to break through the heavenly law formation? No matter where you are, there is the existence of the heavenly law formation. You don't have it here. Obviously, the heavenly Taos are dead. Haha, to be able to kill the incarnation of the heavenly Taos. It's no wonder that there is an immortal Lord token here. I'm afraid there was a great battle here, a great battle that could cause the immortal Lord and the heavenly Taos to perish. Little Six sighed. That's not right. The earth is very weak. As long as the leader wills it, he can make the earth explode and turn it into cosmic dust. If there really was such a great battle, this place would have been long gone. Goddess Nviwa frowned. Little Six sneered. That's why this place is so weak. Without the incarnation of the heavenly Taos, the heavenly Tao rules, and the heavenly law formation, the sand and stones here are as weak as ashes. A gentle blow can dissipate them. When you arrive at a place with a truly powerful incarnation of the heavenly Taos, you'll know how powerful the heavenly Tao rules and the heavenly law formation are. There, an existence that is tens or hundreds of times stronger than Boss may not be able to move a mountain. Ning Qi, Goddess Nviwa, if what Little Six said was true. Ning Qi's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene he saw in the Mind State Pagoda. The dead dragon, the headless fairy, Erling Shen whose eyes were gouged out, Neza who was covered in wounds, the mighty miracle god who only had 2 legs left, and the only one that was slightly intact was the old man. Ning Qi suspected that it was the existence of Taishang Laojun. Boss Ning Zi and the rest's cultivation has gradually stabilized. As long as they have a period of time to stabilize, they can temporarily come out of seclusion. I won't go back during this period. Since there was a great battle in this place, there might be other treasures left, such as immortal weapons or Tao weapons. I want to find them. Little Six chuckled. Speaking of which, what level have Little Z and the rest reached? Perfected Transcendence Realm? Ning Qi asked curiously. Transcendence Realm? The corner of Little Six's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. Boss will know when the time comes. Still keeping me in suspense. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. That, boss, my cultivation is a little low. Can you lend me this spiritual weapon during this period of time? Little Six suddenly smiled awkwardly. Take it. Ning Qi smiled. Nviwa curled her lips in displeasure. However, her leader had said that this fellow was one of them, so she couldn't say anything. Thank you, boss. Little Six chuckled. I'll go refine the Immortal Lord token. If you dig up anything good in the future, remember to split it with me. Ning Qi instructed and exchanged for 10 days of top-grade cultivation training grounds. With a flash, he disappeared in front of Little Six and Nviwa. Just as Ning Qi appeared in the cultivation training grounds, the dragon devouring Pill Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. However, his voice had a hint of horror. Why, you actually know that existence. You mean Little Six? You know of his origins? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. The dragon devouring Pill Emperor was currently residing in his creation domain. It could be said that as long as Ning Qi willed it, he could suppress an existence he wanted. Therefore, Ning Qi did not mind him knowing certain secrets. The ancient sky dragon. I sensed his aura while I was in seclusion. Back then, the owner of the 9 Skanda divine bell was sealed and suppressed by him. I will never forget that aura. You actually know such a legendary existence. Didn't you hear what he called me? B-Boss? Yeah. Ning Qi gave a faint smile. After a moment of silence. Why, you are the reincarnation of which mighty figure are you? Chapter 1539. Chapter 1539. Chapter 1539. Su, when the process of refining the Immortal Supreme token was very slow, and even 10 years of time was not enough, Ning Qi added another 10 years before the initial refinement was completed. When the refinement was successful, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 2nd stage of the 9 Hells Tempering Art. Advanced to the 2nd layer? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Ever since he obtained the 9 Hell Tempering technique, Ning Qi had not refined many things. But now that he had suddenly advanced to the 2nd level, it was most likely related to the Immortal Lord token. It should be that the higher the grade of the item, the higher the refining experience gained. The 2nd level of the 9 Hell Tempering technique had more forging patterns and more forging knowledge than the 1st level. Ning Qi's refining technique had been greatly improved. After successfully refining it, Ning Qi could intermittently sense the immortal city in the Immortal Lord token. However, his cultivation was not high enough. Other than occasionally sensing it, he could not do anything else. After leaving the cultivation training ground, Ning Qi locked onto the direction of Tianhai City. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared on the rooftop of Tianhai University's dormitory building 1 second ago. Ah! A scream of terror rang out behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi's body stiffened slightly. He turned around and saw a group of girls holding onto their underwear and tank tops. They were hanging onto the rope and looking at Ning Qi in horror. This is the female dormitory? Hey, how did you get to the female dormitory? Did you sneak up here? If you don't say anything, we'll report it to the school leaders. A girl forced herself to calm down and looked at Ning Qi. Wait, I know him. He's in my class. Don't tell the school leaders. One of the girls inside was shocked. She quickly hid the underwear in her hand with a blush and then explained to the other girls. Li Xian, is he your boyfriend? All the girls were suspicious. That Li Xian didn't know how to answer and could only look at Ning Qi resentfully. He disappeared for more than 20 days without saying a word, but suddenly appeared here. Really, yes, I'm her boyfriend. Don't misunderstand, I'm not a pervert. Ning Qi smiled. His smile was very warm, and the girls who originally suspected that he was a pervert were immediately relieved. Some girls even opened their mouths to tease Li Xian, saying that her boyfriend actually climbed to the top of the dormitory just to see her. Li Xian was too shy to speak. Auntie, that's him. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. A girl brought another girl to the rooftop. When Ning Qi saw the girl, he was slightly startled. The woman was stunned when she saw Ning Qi. Then she pretended to look around and said expressionlessly, "What pervert?" With that, she turned around and left. Hua Lang was arranged by Nuwa to be the dormitory manager. Are Fong Qin and Fong Shu also in this school? A hint of suspicion flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. The girl stared at this scene with her mouth agape. She pointed at Ning Qi and said, This big man can't see it. Let's go. Li Xian pulled Ning Qi and ran. Under the gazes of many girls, Ning Qi and Li Xian openly left the female dormitory. You scared me to death. Where have you been skipping classes? Li Xian patted her chest. Because of the jogging, her face was slightly red. I went out to do something. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, Li Xian nodded, not fully understanding. She already knew that Ning Qi was not an ordinary person. As for what Ning Qi went out to do, she obediently did not ask. The two of them wandered around the campus for a while. Suddenly, a group of people came toward them. The person in the lead was Zhang Feiyu, followed by Gu Fei and a group of boys. Among the boys, other than Wu Hao and the other three, there was another person walking side by side with Zhang Feiyu. Seeing Ning Qi and Li Xian, Zhang Feiyu's expression changed slightly. She deliberately looked away. Zhang Shan had already warned her that without his instructions, she could not attack Ning Qi. Since that was the case, she could only pretend not to see it. The rest of the people also had a strange expression, especially Wu Hao and the other three. There was a trace of fear in their eyes when they looked at Ning Qi. Hong Wenwu, who was also a supreme Jing expert, like their master, had suddenly died. Although they did not see how Ning Qi did it, they were certain that Hong Wenwu's death had something to do with Ning Qi. Originally, the two sides passed each other peacefully, but the young man walking next to Zhang Feiyu suddenly stopped. The moment he stopped, everyone stopped as well, including Zhang Feiyu. The young man turned to look at Ning Qi. "Student Ning." Ning Qi stopped and turned to look at him. "Yes, what's the matter?" "I heard that there is some enmity between you and Feiyu. I am her fiancé. Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk?" The young man smiled. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. There was a trace of energy in the young man's body. It seemed like he had just broken through to the first rank of qi refining. "Me and her? There's nothing to talk about." Ning Qi smiled and pulled Li Xian away. Zhang Feiyu stared at Ning Qi with a pale face, her small fists tightly clenched. The young man looked at Ning Qi's back, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "This person is a little interesting. Big brother Su Wen, this guy is not to be trifled with." Wu Hao hesitated for a moment before saying. Su Wen was not a student of Tianhai University. He was 3 or 4 years older than them, and his family was not as rich as the Arctic mountain group. However, in the eyes of Wu Hao and the others, Su Wen was even more terrifying than Zhang Feiyu. At such a young age, he already had a high position, and the Su family was one of the most famous families in Jing City, not to be trifled with. Su Wen smiled. Wu Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Hong Wenwu, one of the top 10 masters in the country, might have died at his hands. However, there is no evidence. Big brother Su Wen, why don't you use your connections to capture him and investigate? Hearing this, everyone, including Zhang Feiyu, was a little tempted. Since they could not do anything to Ning Qi in the dark, they might as well do it openly. However, Su Wen waved his hand. "Without evidence, even I can't casually capture someone. There is no need to mention this matter again, but I will send someone to investigate." Hong Wenwu? He's just a mere ant. Su Wen's eyes flashed with a trace of a sneer that was hard to detect. Wu Hao and the others were just frogs at the bottom of a well. If Hong Wenwu could be called a master, then wouldn't he, Su Wen, be a master? "This time I came to Tianhai City to see an elder who is a family friend. If you guys are free, come with me for dinner tonight. I will introduce some people to you." Su Wen smiled faintly. "Who is it?" Zhang Feiyu was a little curious. With Su Wen's status, he still came in person. It could be seen that the identity of his family friend was not simple. "The Dongfang family." Su Wen smiled faintly. At the school gate, "Mr. Ning, my grandfather wants to invite you to his house for dinner tonight." Chapter 1540. Freeloading. How many days have you been here? Ning Qi's eyes were a little strange. He had just returned to Tianhai University and met Dongfang Yen at the gate. This was obviously not a coincidence. Dongfang Yen smiled respectfully and said, "Not many days. I won't have dinner. I appreciate your grandfather's kindness. You can go back." Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Ning, you saved my grandfather, which is equivalent to saving the Dongfang family. Please do me the honor of this meal." Dongfang Yen quickly bowed and said, When some students saw this scene, they suddenly felt strange and looked at Ning Chi and Li Xan. Well, for the sake of the jade plate of fate, give me the address and I will go there by myself tonight. Ning Chi said lightly. Jade plate of fate? Could it be that the good fortune jade disc was already in Mr. Ning's hands? Dongfang Yen was a little shocked. In just over 20 days, Ning Chi could get the jade plate of fate from a mortal blood dragon? But why was there no news from there? There should be a fierce battle. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yen quickly reported the address to Ning Chi. She wanted to pick Ning Chi up at night, but Ning Chi declined. Before leaving, Dongfang Yen glanced at Li Xan and then said to Ning Chi, Mr. Ning, take sister Li Xan with you tonight. If you have any friends, our Dongfang family is very welcome. What? There is food? Yu Qingfeng's voice came from behind. Wu Wenhui, Lin Jun, and Qin Shoujuan were standing next to him. There was a petite girl next to Lin Jun. Ning Chi thought she was a friend in the class. She was shaking hands with Lin Jun. 20 days and this guy found spring. Boss, I'm not talking about you. You disappeared for more than 20 days. And you didn't call us when there was food? This beauty, if there's a banquet, will definitely be there. Please rest assured. Yu Qingfeng cast a reproachful glance at Ning Chi, then smiled at Dongfang Yen in a flattering manner. Dongfang Yan's temperament and appearance were excellent, and Yu Qingfeng's perverted look was uncontrollably revealed. At this time, Ning Chi saw Wu Wenhui reach out and pinch his waist. Yu Qingfeng gasped in pain, but he still maintained his last demeanor and smiled at Dongfang Yen. Mr. Ning, are these your friends? How interesting. Please be sure to bring your friends to the banquet. Dongfang Yen bowed again, then took her leave and returned to a van in the distance. When did you? Ning Chi looked at Yu Qingfeng and Wu Wenhui with a strange expression. Us? What happened to us? Yu Qingfeng felt a little guilty. As if to change the topic, Wu Wenhui said, Bei Xian, as the class monitor of our class, shouldn't you give me an explanation for skipping class for the past 20 days? No explanation. Ning Chi curled his lips, and his gaze fell on Lin Jun and the other man. Aren't you going to introduce us? Boss, this is my girlfriend and also our classmate, Yang Zhen. Lin Jun grinned. Yang Zhen was a little embarrassed. She was Ning Chi's classmate, but Ning Chi didn't recognize her. They're really fast. Ning Chi smiled. Then I'll take you guys out for dinner tonight to celebrate second brother finding a girlfriend. Yay! Yu Qingfeng was very excited. From Dongfang Yan's expression just now, he could tell that she was not an ordinary person. This dinner must not be simple. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of brakes could be heard. One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of the school gate, as if waiting for something. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng hurriedly said, The Peerless Pride duo are leaving the school today? I heard that you're still a member of the Peerless Pride duo's guard group? Wu Wenhui said sinisterly. I've already quit. Yu Qingfeng smiled awkwardly. Soon Lu, and Zuoling walked out of the school together. The owners of the luxury cars rushed to the two girls with flowers. I didn't expect that the Peerless Pride duo's influence has already spread outside the school. These guys are all not simple, and their families are all rich. Yu Qingfeng said with some jealousy. You, please accept my love for you. A young man looked at Lil Yu affectionately. Sorry, you guys are not my cup of tea. Lil Yu smiled. Then what kind of person do you like? The young man had a hurt expression. Like him. Lil Yu smiled and pointed into the distance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes swept over and landed on the innocent Ning Chi. Lil Yu, are you doing this on purpose? Ning Chi transmitted his voice. Young master, there's nothing we can do. These guys are too annoying. I can't even go shopping with Ling. Lil Yu. Eyes revealed a trace of pity. She unintentionally glanced at Li Xan and snorted coldly in her heart. Boss, what did I hear? Yu Qingfeng looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Are the Peerless Pride duo confessing to you? Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Wu Wenhui could not help but pinch his waist again. Me too, Zueling said softly. Instantly, gazes filled with hostility fell on Ning Qi like swords. They could not understand, other than being a little handsome. What other redeeming qualities did this guy have? All right, stop fooling around. If you want to go shopping, hurry up. What's the point of blocking the school gate? Ning Qi's face became slightly serious. The two girls were so scared that they stuck out their tongues and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, their admirers hurriedly looked around. When they came to their senses, Ning Qi and his group were also gone. Tianhai University's Cheba. A post was pushed high up, followed by a conspicuous hot word. Extra, the Peerless Pride duo confesses to a mysterious man today. Impossible. The OP is spreading rumors. How could our goddess confess so easily? If you don't believe me, go to the 200th floor. I'll upload a picture of the mysterious man. Liar. Push. The post quickly reached the 200th floor. The OP did not break his promise and really uploaded a picture. However, the phone that took the picture was not very clear and was a little blurry. Once again, he was drowned by the crazy bombardment of the army. However, there was a comment that attracted some people's attention. Isn't that Ning Beixian from XX class? Two Wuling Hongguang vans were driving one after another. It was the first time for Wu Wenhui, Yang Zhen, and Li Exan to sit in Ning Qi's van. They were all shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. What do you think? Incredible, right? Who could imagine that this van is even more luxurious than a limousine? Yu Qingfeng said with some pride. Wu Wenhui nodded subconsciously and then looked at Ning Qi curiously. Could it be that rich people have such strange tastes? Chapter 1541. Chapter 1541. Chapter 1541. Smash a car. Hearing Yu Qingfeng's reminder, Wu Wenhui hurriedly looked out of the window. They were indeed halfway up the mountain, and the scenery of Tianhai City was unobstructed. Soon, when the car was about to reach the villa area, it was stopped by the villa area's security guard. Come down, come down. Who told you to come here? Do you know where this is? The security guard pointed at the driver's seat with his baton. We're here to attend the banquet. Number 1 rolled down the car window and looked at the security guard coldly. Suddenly seeing a blonde woman in the driver's seat, the security guard was stunned for a moment. He took a few steps back suspiciously and looked at the two Wuling Hongguang. Then he frowned and said, Driving this car to attend the banquet? At this time, a black, luxurious Porsche sports car drove over. Seeing this, the security guard quickly raised the electronic fence, and the car smoothly entered the villa area. Which restaurant are you going to? Do you have a phone number? Do you have an invitation? Then the security guard immediately lowered the fence and said to number 1. Seeing that number 1 was stunned for a moment, the security guard immediately revealed a mocking expression and waved his hand. Hurry up and leave. This is not a place you can come to. No matter what your motives are, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Leader, he won't let us in. Is he going to force his way in? Number 1 suddenly turned around and said. Yu Qingfeng and the others were startled. Forcefully break through? Was it a challenge? There didn't seem to be a need for that, right? Wait, someone is coming to pick us up. Ning Qi said lightly. Ning Qi's spiritual force found Dongfang Yan in the villa district, and his voice sounded directly in her ear. Come out to the door. Grandpa Dongfang, I'm really overjoyed that your condition has suddenly improved this time. My grandpa specially asked me to come and see you. He said that when you return to the capital, he will personally come and play chess with you. In one of the luxurious villas in the villa district, there were 3 tables in the hall. One was the main table where Uncle Dongfang and the others were sitting, and there were still 7 or 8 empty seats. The other 2 tables were already fully occupied, with Zhang Feiyu, Gu Fei, Wu Hao, and the others sitting there. The rest were all middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, and all of them were looking at Uncle Dongfang at the main table with flattering expressions. This group of middle-aged men all had high statuses in Tianhai City. Of course. Su Win, I still have some time before I return to the capital. If you go back first, tell your grandfather that it's very kind of you. Uncle Dongfang said with a smile. Su Win smiled and nodded his head, then returned to his seat, his gaze landing on Dongfang Yan. At this moment, Dongfang Yan's expression suddenly changed. What happened? Uncle Dongfang said with a smile. That person is here. I'll go greet him. Dongfang Yan whispered. Oh, go. Uncle Dongfang was startled for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Dad, there are guests. Dongfang Haiying froze for a moment, then reacted. It's that person. Uncle Dongfang nodded slightly. A look of joy appeared on Dongfang Haiying's face. He had never thought that his father would be able to invite such an existence. In the future, as long as the Dongfang family could maintain a good relationship with him, they would not have to worry about what had happened before. Su Win and the others were somewhat curious. From Dongfang Yan's hurried departure to the conversation between Dongfang Haiying and Dongfang Bo, everyone had already guessed that there were still guests who had yet to arrive. Who is so arrogant as to come so late? Moreover, it's Dongfang Yan who's going out to pick them up. I'm afraid they're either rich or noble. Everyone thought to themselves. Su Win and Zhang Feiyu looked at each other. The latter shook her head slightly, indicating that she also could not guess who it was. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you understand human language? The security guard saw that the van did not move at all and seemed to have no intention of giving way. He could not help but hit the van with his baton a few times. Still not leaving? The security guard's expression slightly changed. He immediately took out his walkie-talkie. The rest of the security guards had already felt that something was wrong and rushed over. There were about a dozen of them surrounding the 2 vans. At this time, a middle-aged man with a slightly different uniform walked over with his hands behind his back. All of you, get out of the van immediately, the middle-aged fat man coldly ordered. Boss? Yu Qingfeng hurriedly looked at Ning Qi. Wait, Ning Qi said lightly. Lin Jun, Yang Zhen, and Chen Shoujuan were sitting in the car behind. They felt that something was wrong and wanted to get out of the van, but were stopped by number 2. Seeing that the van did not move, did not leave, and no one got out of the van, the middle-aged fat man felt a little embarrassed and could not help but frown. If you don't get out of the van will be smashed. The middle-aged fat man threatened in a cold voice, but the van still did not move. He suddenly roared, Smash it for me. Where did this bastard come from? Don't you know where you are? Yes, boss. The security guards roared and rushed to the van like wolves and tigers. The batons fell on the van like raindrops. Except for number 1, number 2, and Ning Qi, everyone else was shocked. Lin Jun was originally sitting by the window. When he saw the batons falling on him, he quickly dodged. However, he found that the window was not only not broken, but there was not even a crack. A full 20 seconds passed. Under such a crazy bombardment, a normal van would have been destroyed. However, the group of security guards found that there was no trace of the van, even the glass was spotless. Lift the van! A security guard saw this and roared. The others reacted one after another and were ready to overturn the van. However, no matter how hard they tried, the van still did not move. Boss, is your van bulletproof? Yu Qingfeng could not help but look shocked. Almost. Ning Qi smiled. Stop! A sweet-sounding voice was heard. This voice was filled with anger. When the security guard heard this voice, he quickly turned around and his face suddenly showed a flattering expression. He trotted over and said, Miss Dongfang, what can I do for you? You'd better stand a little further away. I'm afraid the people in these 2 cars have bad intentions. Don't let them hurt you. They're my guests. Why don't you tell your men to stop?" Dongfang Yan's face turned red with anger. "What?" The head of the security guards was startled and quickly ordered his men to stop. The group of security guards did not understand what was going on, but when they saw Dongfang Yan respectfully walk to the front of the first van and bend her body slightly, their expressions became incomparably wonderful. They only knew a little about Dongfang Yan's identity. They only knew that she was from a famous family in the capital. She rarely lived here, and the previous house was basically empty. She just moved in some time ago. From the time they went out, there were several cars on standby at all times. There were black-clothed men following them in and out. The security around the villa was much more professional than them. This group of security guards knew that Dongfang Yan's identity was not as simple as an ordinary rich man. Chapter 1542. Chapter 1542. Chapter 1542-1. Must know propriety, Mr. Ning. It was my negligence that allowed this group of guys to offend you. Dongfang Yan bowed and said apologetically, "Miss Dongfang, this. I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding." The head of security walked over with an awkward smile. Dongfang Yan ignored him and was silent for a while before a voice came from the van. "Get in." The door opened slowly. Dongfang Yan was startled and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly jumped into the car and ignored the head of security from beginning to end. The Wuling Hongguang drove directly into the villa area, and the fence was still not raised. When the head of security reacted and quickly signaled his men to extend their hands, Number 1 had already driven the car, broke the fence, shook his butt, and disappeared in front of the group of security guards. Damn it, what bad luck! The head of security couldn't help but curse. "Boss, should we ask them to pay for this?" The security guard who first stopped Ning Chi and the others stepped forward and pointed at the fence fragments on the ground and whispered, "Pay for your balls. Do you dare to ask them to pay? This group of rich people, if they have money, why don't they drive a luxury car and drive a Wuling Hongguang?" The head of security turned and left while cursing. As for the mess, it was naturally left to his men to clean up. It had been a few minutes since Dongfang Yan left. Uncle Dongfang occasionally chatted and laughed with the people around him and drank a cup of tea with those who came up to propose a toast. However, the main course had yet to be served. This made them even more curious about the guest that Dongfang Yan was going to welcome later. He shouldn't be from Tianhai City, since even Zhang Shan's daughter, Zhang Feiyu, was here. Zhang Shan was busy and was not in Tianhai City. Otherwise, he would have come tonight. Not long after, the sound of footsteps was heard. Everyone turned their heads curiously. Su Wen found that Dongfang Bo, Dongfang Haiying, and the others had also stood up, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Ning, this way, please." Dongfang Yan smiled and walked in with Ning Chi and the others. Lin Jun and the others were shocked by the luxurious decoration of this villa. On the contrary, the pompous Yu Qing Feng seemed a little calm at the moment. However, Ning Chi could see that he was pretending to be calm. Otherwise, how could he walk so fast? "Zhang Feiyu and the others are here too?" Yu Qing Feng and the others were startled. They were the first to see Zhang Feiyu in the crowd. When Zhang Feiyu and the others saw Ning Chi walking at the front among the people brought by Dongfang Yan, their expressions immediately changed. "Why is it him?" Su Wen's expression changed slightly. A group of students. The faces of the influential people in Tianhai City changed when they saw Ning Chi and his group. They could tell at a glance that Yu Qing Feng and his group had a strong student aura on them. So, why was a group of students invited to this place in such a grand manner? Where did this group of students come from? Li Xian had never seen such a scene before. Being stared at by dozens of pairs of eyes, she felt a little scared. Suddenly, she felt Ning Chi's grip on her hand tighten. She subconsciously looked at Ning Chi, only to see him smiling at her and nodding. Li Xian immediately felt confident. It is truly an honor for Mr. Ning to grace us with your presence today. Dongfang Bo laughed as he walked forward and shook hands with Ning Qi. Dongfang Haiying and his wife, as well as Dongfang Bo's youngest son, followed behind. Dongfang Bo hiss! Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Dongfang Bo actually stood up to welcome them personally. When they came, only Dongfang Yan was there to entertain them. A few of them were Dongfang Bo's old subordinates, and Dongfang Haiying was there to entertain them. This was already top-notch treatment, yet this young man actually had Dongfang Bo greet him personally. Could it be? All kinds of speculations flashed through everyone's mind. Old Mr. Dongfang is too polite. Ning Qi smiled faintly. This must be Mr. Ning's girlfriend, right? A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Haha. Dongfang Bo kindly nodded at Li Xian. Li Xian's face revealed a trace of shyness. Father-in-law, since Mr. Ning is here, we can begin. Dongfang Haiying's wife smiled and reminded him. That's right, that's right. Mr. Ning, please sit. Dongfang Bo nodded repeatedly, and then asked Ning Qi to sit next to him. Yu Qingfeng and the others were also arranged to sit at the main table. This made Zhang Feiyu's expression extremely ugly. If it weren't for Dongfang Bo's identity, she would have already stood up and left. Ning Qi sat at the main table, and she sat at the side table? Preposterous. Although Yu Qingfeng appeared very indifferent, after sitting down he was like an idiot. Lin Jun and Yang Zhen, on the other hand, were a bit shy and slightly regretful in their hearts. If they had known this would be the case, they wouldn't have come. Qin Shoujun's attention was attracted by Zhang Feiyu. From time to time, he would glance over, secretly rejoicing that he had followed her here today. He never would have thought that there would be a day when he would eat under the same roof as his goddess. In the middle of the meal, the people at the side tables repeatedly came up to toast. Apart from Dongfang Bo and Dongfang Haiying, they also toasted Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi was the same as Dongfang Bo, drinking tea. On the other hand, Yu Qingfeng and the others drank a bit too much and began to talk. Mr. Ning is truly young and promising. When Su Wen came over to toast, he faintly smiled. Ning Qi did not stand up. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Su Wen toasted you, but you drank tea. Is this acceptable? Unknowingly, Zhang Feiyu had walked to Su Wen's side and coldly looked at Ning Qi. Dongfang Bo was slightly startled. From these words, he could guess that there was probably some enmity between Ning Qi and Zhang Feiyu. Otherwise, no matter how impudent Zhang Feiyu was, she would not say such strange words at this moment. If I want a drink, I will drink. If I want a drink, I will drink. What does it have to do with you? Ning Qi smiled and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Feiyu. You. Zhang Feiyu was exasperated. The few people who were about to toast immediately returned to their seats in embarrassment. They exchanged glances and had the same thought as Dongfang Bo. You are Zhang Shan's daughter, right? Dongfang Yan suddenly looked at Zhang Feiyu. Yes. Zhang Feiyu nodded. Mr. Ning said that he won't drink, so he won't drink. You have no right to speak here. Remember your identity and know your limits. Dongfang Yan coldly looked at Zhang Feiyu. The scene suddenly turned cold. No matter what, Zhang Feiyu was an existence that controlled more than 100 billion yuan. Among the middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, there were several big businessmen, but their status was much weaker than Zhang Feiyu's. But Dongfang Yan actually said such words to her. This indirectly proved that the Dongfang family valued Ning Qi. They were even more curious about Ning Qi's identity. Zhang Feiyu was instantly enraged. Su Wen reached out to stop her and then lightly looked at Dongfang Yan. Feiyu is my fiancée. For you to say such things to her, does your Dongfang family not put my Su family in your eyes? Chapter 1543. Chapter 1543. Chapter 1543. Hidden Cards. Su Wen, you youngsters are all hot-tempered. I'll pretend you didn't say anything just now. Dongfangbo coughed and smiled at Su Wen. Yenner, you should restrain your temper. How can you speak to your big brother, Su Wen, like that? Su Wen, don't take it to heart. Dongfang Haoying's wife smiled. How can the words of the Su clan's disciples be ignored? Su Wen looked at Dongfang Bo with a smile that was not a smile. Dongfang Bo's expression changed slightly. Although he still had a smile on his face, his eyes flashed with coldness. Dongfang Haoying's expression also changed slightly. This time, the rest of the people really didn't know whether to leave or sit. The Su family and the Dongfang family were both famous families in the capital. If there was any conflict between the two families and they were accidentally implicated, it would be disastrous for them. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like the Su family was a little stronger. Zhang Feiyu had become Su Wen's fiancée. This news had been circulating among the upper echelons for more than 10 days. The alliance between the Arctic Mountain Group and the Su family was not as simple as 1 + 1. Grandfather called me here, this time, not only to see if you have recovered from your illness, but also to bring you a message. Do not continue what you did before. Otherwise, next time, it will not be as simple as an illness. Su Wen smiled at Dongfang Bo. It's you? So the Su family is... Dongfang Haoying was enraged. Shut up. Dongfang Bo extended a hand, interrupting Dongfang Haoying. His face was solemn as he sized up Su Wen. Before, I had guessed that it might be old Su. Now it seems that it really is him. Your Su family. Did you manage to make contact with an existence on that level? It's been many years. I am also the person you spoke of. Su Wen said with a smile that was not a smile. Indeed, he saw Dongfang Bo's expression change greatly and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Him too? Dongfang Haoying and the others' expressions changed slightly as they looked at Su Wen with fear. That person... Zhang Feiyu subconsciously glanced at Su Wen. She thought of what Zhang Shan had told her before, and a look of joy appeared on her face. So her father wanted her to marry Su Wen not because he valued Su family's power, but because he valued Su Wen as a person. Before this, Zhang Feiyu had always thought that it was because the Arctic Mountain Group's businesses had been mysteriously suppressed recently that Zhang Shan came up with the idea of a marriage alliance. Zhang Feiyu wasn't too interested in business matters, but she knew that Zhang Shan had been personally running around during this period of time, so she guessed that some big problems had occurred. Among the people present, there were a few whose expressions suddenly changed. When they looked at Su Wen again, their gazes had already become extremely respectful, because they had once heard of an existence of that level. Su Wen suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on the table in front of Ning Qi. Everyone was slightly startled. In the next moment, a white light flashed from Su Wen's palm. The marble table suddenly exploded into pieces, scaring everyone. The flying stones even scratched Dongfang Bo's cheeks. But Li Xian and the others were specially taken care of by Ning Qi. They were not hurt by the stones, but they were also shocked by this scene. The ground was littered with pebbles the size of goose eggs. This table is probably made of tofu, right? Everyone saw it. I just lightly touched it, and it became like this. It really has nothing to do with me. Su Wen smiled innocently. His gaze fell on Ning Qi, as if he was sizing up his reaction. Dongfang Haoying and the others had ugly expressions. Su Wen's move was enough to prove that what he had just said was not false. The Su family had long been in contact with that level of existence. Who would have thought that even Su Wen himself already had such a method? With just a gentle press, he could cause the marble table to shatter into pieces? What if this was pressed on a human body? A human body could not be harder than stone. The surprise in Zhang Feiyu's eyes became even more intense. She couldn't help but look at Ning Qi, a trace of pride flashing in her eyes. Only now did she really believe what Zhang Shan had said about the supernatural methods that martial arts experts had. So strong. Wu Hao and the others stared at Su Wen, dumbfounded. They had never realized that Su Wen had such a method. Perhaps even their master himself would not be able to shatter this huge marble table so easily, right? Su Wenyu. Dongfang Yen looked at Su Wen in shock and anger. Su Wen glanced at her with a faint smile, then smiled at Dongfang Bo and said, "Thank you for today's meal. I enjoyed it very much. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhang Feiyu snorted coldly at Ning Qi, then coldly glanced at Dongfang Yen before following after him. Gu Fei, Wu Hao, and the others saw this and did not stay any longer. They also got up and followed after them. Dongfang Bo had no intention of stopping Su Wen from leaving. But at this moment, "Did I say you could leave?" Ning Qi looked at Su Wen's back and said indifferently, "Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Ning Qi. Their eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. Su Wen's footsteps paused slightly. He slowly turned around and looked at Ning Qi with a smile. "What did you just say?" "I'm here to eat today. You scattered the dishes on the table on the ground and even broke the table. You want to leave just like that? Come, clean up the dishes and help me fix the table. Then you can leave." Ning Qi looked at Su Wen and said with a faint smile, "I heard from Fei Yu and the others that you're also a martial Dao expert. You're even stronger than those so-called 10 great grandmasters like Hong Wenwu. The Dongfang clan invited you here today and let you sit in the main seat because of this, right? But do you really think that your so-called trump card is not a bad card in my eyes?" Su Wen looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Martial arts master? So that was it. Many people present thought that they knew the reason for Dongfang Bo's attitude toward Ning Qi. The way they looked at Ning Qi suddenly became less serious. For them, what was a martial arts master? Could a martial arts master without power resist a sniper rifle? Could he resist a bomb? "Do you want to turn over my card and see?" Ning Qi smiled. "Ha ha ha." Su Wen shook his head and laughed a few times. Then he smiled at Zhang Feiyu and the others and said, "Wait for me." After saying that, he walked toward Ning Qi. "You really want to see it? Okay, then, I'll let you see it." Ning Qi smiled and still sat on the chair. Li Xian and the others began to be afraid. Chapter 1544. Chapter 1544. Chapter 1544. Su Wen's trump card. Be careful. Yu Qingfeng and others exclaimed subconsciously. What Su Wen had just shown was beyond their scope of cognition. Although they knew that Ning Qi could fight, they did not think that Ning Qi would be such a non-human opponent. The marble table was broken. What if Ning Qi was kicked? Zhang Feiyu's eyes showed a trace of pleasure. She was about to see Ning Qi beaten like a dead dog by Su Wen. She had already begun to plan how to avenge all the previous hatred today. Among the people present, only the Dongfang family seemed to be a little calm because only they knew that Ning Qi was also at that level. The peak of the first stage of Qi refining, Ning Qi smiled slightly. When Su Wen's foot was about to fall on Ning Qi's chest, he suddenly seemed to step into mud and was locked by a force. He could no longer move forward when he was about a foot away from Ning Qi's chest. There was a trace of surprise in Su Wen's eyes. He subconsciously wanted to withdraw his foot, but the force not only prevented him from kicking Ning Qi, but also prevented him from withdrawing his foot. This was very embarrassing. Su Wen maintained the posture of kicking and could not move. All the qi in his body gathered on his foot, but it was still useless. What's going on? There was a trace of doubt in everyone's eyes. A smile flashed in Dongfang Bo's eyes. It turned out that Ning Qi was indeed at that level and was not afraid of a mortal blood dragon. Otherwise, how could Su Wen not even touch Ning Qi? Seeing this scene, Zhang Feiyu was stunned for a moment. Wu Hao and others next to her suddenly gasped in their hearts and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Su Wen looked at Ning Qi with shock and anger. Yu Qingfeng looked at this scene dumbfounded and then suddenly laughed. So you are not a match for our boss? Why do you keep this posture? Are you a model? A trace of shame and anger flashed in Su Wen's eyes. Don't you want to see my trump card? You have to pay some price, right? Ning Qi smiled at Su Wen. This smile immediately made Su Wen's heart sink. He looked at Ning Qi with some fear. Who the hell are you? The other party was definitely not the martial arts master he had thought before. No matter how strong a martial arts master was, how could he be a match for an existence like him? In the capital, he had fought with the strongest Gangjin master and defeated him with only one move. Ning Qi did not reply. He lightly patted Su Wen's knee, and a horrifying cracking sound rang out in the hall. Then Su Wen's leg was broken, and his calf was knocked upwards at a full 90 degrees. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the force that had locked onto him had disappeared, and he fell to the ground with a miserable howl. Seeing the young master of the prestigious Su family in Beijing in such a state, all the big shots in Tianhai City swallowed their saliva and looked at Ning Qi and Su Wen, who was lying on the ground in horror. Some of them gritted their teeth and immediately ran to Su Wen, preparing to take him away. They had a good relationship with the Su family, and this was the time for them to suck up to them. Did I allow you to touch him? Ning Qi lifted his eyelids. This, Mr. Ning, could it be that you want to kill young Master Su here? He is already injured like this. The few of them suppressed the fear in their hearts and said to Ning Qi, I will give you 3 seconds to return to your seats. Otherwise, you will be lying here like him. Ning Qi smiled. You are so arrogant. Our statuses. Ah. Just as the guy was about to scold Ning Qi, his leg suddenly broke, and he fell directly on Su Wen's body. Then he screamed in pain. Seeing this, the others quickly ran back to their seats and sat down, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. You are so lawless. The guy looked at Ning Qi in pain and growled in a low voice. Then he looked at Uncle Dongfang. Mr. Dongfang, are you just going to watch him commit murder here? Uncle Dongfang smiled and said, You have no right to speak between Mr. Ning and Su Wen. Even if Mr. Ning wants to demolish this place today, the Dongfang family will also raise both hands in approval. The guy was instantly speechless. Ning Beixian, Su Wen is my fiancé. Do you want to go against the Arctic Mountain Group? Do you believe that I will find 100 gunmen to shoot you to death? And your girlfriend and your cousin's family. Don't even think about living. Seeing Su Wen's miserable state, Zhang Feiyu immediately exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and screamed at Ning Qi, talking about how to find gunmen to kill people in public. Everyone subconsciously looked away because they knew Zhang Shan's background. Everything that Zhang Feiyu said just now was very likely to be true. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He looked at Zhang Feiyu coldly. Zhang Feiyu only felt as if her body had fallen into an ice cellar, and she could not say anything else. This slap is for me to teach you a lesson on behalf of Zhang Shan. Ning Qi suddenly said indifferently. Zhang Feiyu's eyes were filled with shock. Then, she saw Ning Qi swinging his palm in the air. A loud and crisp sound echoed in the hall. Then, Zhang Feiyu felt as if she was hit by an invisible force. Her entire body flew up diagonally and spun a few times before landing heavily on the ground. When everyone looked at her again, one side of her face was already red and swollen like a bun. Horror, disbelief, shock, fear. All kinds of gazes instantly fell on Ning Qi. They were absolutely sure that Ning Qi was at least 8 to 9 meters away from Zhang Feiyu, but he actually sent her flying with a slap in the air. What kind of supernatural means was this? Even Yu Qingfeng and the others were shocked. Chun Shoujuin's eyes flashed with an unbearable light, and he trembled as if he wanted to say something. However, when he saw Ning Qi's profile, he immediately swallowed the words he wanted to say. You are finished. Haha, you are finished. Su Wen suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Qi. His laughter was a little crazy. Zhang Feiyu sobered up, and an uncontrollable anger surged from the bottom of her heart. However, the last trace of reason left in her made her choose not to speak at this moment. She was afraid. The way Ningqi looked at her just now was very cold, as if he was looking at a corpse. "Do you still have any trump cards?" Ningqi looked at Su Wen and smiled. "I also want to see your trump cards. If you have any, show them all." Su Wen's eyes revealed a trace of madness. "If you want to see my trump cards, then wash your neck clean." He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Mr. Ning," Dongfangbo looked at Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. "Let him do it." "Master, my leg was broken by a cultivator in Tianhai City." "Yes, this disciple has embarrassed you." "Good. You are near Tianhai City?" "Good, good." Chapter 1545. Chapter 1545. Breaking his limb Su Wen's master? The faces of Dongfangbo and the others changed slightly. They had confirmed that the Su family was related to Blood Dragon Immortal. Then, could his master be Blood Dragon Immortal? While Su Wen was making the call, Zhang Feiyu also took out her phone. Everyone suddenly felt that the situation today was getting out of hand. Zhang Feiyu lowered her voice and hung up the phone after saying a few words. Then, a sneer appeared on her face. Several cars quickly drove into an airport somewhere. A group of people got out of the cars and walked toward the private plane. Among the two people walking in the front, one was Zhang Shan, and the other was a middle-aged man with a cold face. He was wearing a tang suit. His forehead was protruding, and his cheeks were thin. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a cold light flashing. "My disciple and your daughter are together now. Do you know the person who hurt my disciple?" After getting on the plane and waiting for it to take off, the middle-aged man with a cold face asked Zhang Shan. "Yes, this person is called Ning Beixian. He might be the descendant of an old friend of mine. His strength is not simple. It is very likely that he is at the same level as you guys." Zhang Shan nodded lightly. In the past 20 days, the business of the North Pole Mountain Group in various places had suffered some inexplicable blows, which made him a little tired both physically and mentally. At the same level. The middle-aged man sneered, and his eyes fell on Miao Li. "Miao Li, have you seen that guy? What's his cultivation?" Miao Li frowned slightly. "His cultivation might be higher than mine. His body movement is elusive. Don't underestimate him." "Higher than you." The middle-aged man showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Your cultivation is at most similar to that of my disciple. He is only half a step away from breaking through again. Since even he is no match for him, I guess you won't be either. Since Su Wen is my disciple, as his master, I will naturally stand up for him if something happens to him. However, I'm afraid that this matter is caused by you guys. Master Zhou, don't worry. As long as this guy is dealt with, I will transfer 200 million yuan to your private account." Zhang Shan said. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Yuanhao's face when he heard this. He and Zhang Shan had originally been discussing the marriage between the Su and Zhang families. Although Zhou Yuanhao's surname wasn't Su, he was an esteemed existence in the Su family. Even the patriarch of the Su family didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect when he saw him. The marriage between Su Wen and Zhang Feiyu was proposed by Zhang Shan to Zhou Yuanhao through his relationship with Miao Li. "How long will it take to reach Tianhai City?" Zhou Yuanhao smiled. "Half an hour is enough." Zhang Shan said. No one knew what he was thinking, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "Ning Beixian, if you're really the descendant of Ning Qi, today will be the day you die. Don't just sit there. Go get someone to bring us another table. Let's eat while we wait," Uncle Dongfang said with a smile. Dongfang Yan nodded. Soon, the gravel on the ground was cleaned up and hot dishes were served on the table. But how could the others be in the mood to eat? Su Wen sat on the ground in embarrassment. He really wanted to get up, but he was afraid that Ning Qi would attack him again, so he could only stay like this. He felt endless humiliation in his heart. He seemed to feel that the eyes of the people around him were looking at him with a trace of mockery. Wu Hao and the others didn't know whether to sit or stand. They could only stand there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Eat. Lin Jun smiled at Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen's little face was a little pale. Obviously, she was scared. Although the table was changed and the dishes were served again, she still couldn't eat. Wu Wenhui was the same as her. Only Yu Qingfeng immediately picked up his chopsticks after the hot dishes were served. He ate noisily, and from time to time, he would put some side dishes for Wu Wenhui. You must be hungry. Hurry up and eat. Don't worry. Ning Qi smiled at Li Exan. Li Exan nodded softly and then began to eat in small bites. Eat, you and the rest of you. At most an hour, all of you will die. Su Wen laughed and pointed his finger at Uncle Dongfang, Ning Qi, and Yu Qingfeng. Yang Zhen was so scared that the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. Wu Wenhui's body also slightly stiffened. They were all ordinary people. What they saw today was difficult for them to digest. Now that the other side threatened them with death, they couldn't help but be afraid. Ning, classmate Ning, we will be okay, right? Wu Wenhui forced a smile at Ning Qi. Don't worry and eat. What can happen? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Hui, you eat. If something really happened, I believe the boss must have run away with Li Exan. Since he didn't run away, then it's fine. Yu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and said, Huh. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed one after another. Even Su Wen was a little bewildered. But when he thought of his master and the background behind his master, Su Wen felt incomparably calm. He had seen the strongest group of people on Earth once. Could it be that this guy in front of him, who was younger than him, was stronger than that group of old monsters? Impossible. Thinking of this, Su Wen's heart calmed down a lot. About half an hour later, even Yang Zhen's mood relaxed. She suddenly felt very hungry and ate the delicious food on the table with Lin Jun and the others. The middle-aged man who fell next to Su Wen, his face became more and more pale. He could not feel the existence of his feet. His lips moved a few times and finally summoned up the courage to say to Ning Qi, Mr. Ning, can you let me go to the hospital first? What's the use of going? No one can save your legs. If they're crippled, they're crippled. Ning Qi picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth without looking at it. The guy's face suddenly showed a trace of despair and looked at Ning Qi with great resentment. Don't worry, my master can save you, Su Wen said faintly. Thank you, young Master Su. I will follow young Master Su's lead in the future. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly showed a trace of hope. Soon, an hour passed, and the dishes on the table were almost finished. Su Wen's face suddenly changed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. My master is here. Without your permission, you can't puff. A few men in black, who were originally guarding the door, suddenly flew into the hall. Then, Zhou Yuanhao and Zhang Shan entered side by side, and Miao Li followed behind them. Zhang Shan is here too. Everyone's expression changed. Dad. Zhang Feiyu quickly walked to Zhang Shan's side. Zhang Shan glanced at the injury on her face and said with a smile, Who hit you? I'll hit him back for you later. Wait at the side first. After saying that, his eyes swept over Dongfang Bo and the others, and finally fell on Ning Qi. Master. Su Wen's face showed a trace of shame. Chapter 1546. Chapter 1546. Chapter 1546. Who the hell are you? In an instant, Zhou Yuanhao appeared in front of Ning Qi. His hand turned into an axe and chopped at Ning Qi's neck. Before his palm arrived, his qi had already condensed into a knife, wanting to cut off Ning Qi's head. He said he wanted to break Ning Qi's limbs, but in reality, he wanted to kill Ning Qi. Su Wen's eyes were filled with excitement as he watched this scene. Just as he was about to watch Ning Qi die, Ning Qi gently waved his hand. Zhou Yuanhao, who was like a ghost in everyone's eyes, flew out and slammed into the wall. After a few breaths, he slowly slid to the ground. While everyone was shocked, Ning Qi gently grabbed at the air. Zhou Yuanhao, who had already become a pile of mud, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and slid from the ground to Su Wen's side. How? Su Wen looked at Zhou Yuanhao, dumbfounded, and his body began to tremble. So strong! Miao Li took a step forward in bewilderment and stood in front of Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan was a descendant of the Black Tortoise Immortal. Although Miao Li was afraid of the means that Ning Qi had just displayed, she had to guard against him. Even Master Zhou is no match for this kid? Zhang Shan, who had always been extremely confident, gasped in his heart. He looked at Ning Qi with some fear, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. If this person was really Ning Qi's son, how could he have such a terrifying method in just a dozen years? Zhou Yuanhao looked like a middle-aged man, but Zhang Shan knew that this kind of person's age could not be judged by their appearance. According to Zhang Shan's understanding, Zhou Yuanhao was actually 73 years old. Wu Hao and the others looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. They could not understand Zhou Yuanhao's method of turning stones into powder, but such a strong person was actually beaten into a pile of mud by Ning Qi with only a weak breath left. And just now, Ning Qi had reached out and grabbed at the air. This method was even more terrifying than Zhou Yuanhao's method of turning stones into powder. The members of the Dongfang family, who had been feeling uneasy, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although Ning Qi had once boasted that the person who snatched the jade disc of good fortune was like an ant, they did not completely believe him. Today, after seeing Ning Qi's methods, they finally believed what Ning Qi had said. Indeed, an ant. Dongfang Bo looked at Zhou Yuanhao and sighed in his heart. Su Wen, this is your trump card? He's your master, right? Ning Qi smiled. Su Wen slowly regained his composure and looked at Ning Qi in horror. He had nothing to say. His trump card was indeed Zhou Yuanhao, but Zhou Yuanhao had not even been able to withstand a single blow from Ning Qi. His fate was even more miserable than Su Wen's. Most likely, the most important part of the human body, the spine, had already been broken. You, who the hell are you? Zhou Yuanhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes gradually became sober. He was about to struggle to get up, but he found a sharp pain in his back. Sensing the breath, he immediately knew that his spine was broken. A trace of despair appeared on his face, and he looked at Ning Qi with shock and anger. What right does an ant-like figure have to know about my origins? Ning Qi sneered. Do you dare to tell me your name? Although I, Zhou Yuanhao, am not as good as you today, my master, Immortal Blood Dragon, can beat you into minced meat with one palm. Zhou Yuanhao said in a hoarse voice. Master? He has a master? This method of crushing stones into powder was already shocking enough, but now he was saying that he had a master? In that case, how terrifying was his master? Blood Dragon Immortal? Is he a Taoist? Many people were secretly surprised and doubtful. Your master is Blood Dragon Immortal? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Zhou Yuanhao had been paying attention to Ning Qi's expression. Seeing that Ning Qi's expression changed, Zhou Yuanhao immediately calmed down a little, and a sneer appeared on his face. I think you have also heard of my master's name. I am master's disciple. If master knows that my spine was broken by you today, I'm afraid you can't escape from heaven or hell. Well, I'll give you a chance. You call your master here. Ning Qi said lightly. Zhou Yuanhao was suddenly relieved. He thought that the name of Blood Dragon Immortal had frightened Ning Qi, so he immediately reached out and took out a jade talisman and crushed it directly. After the jade talisman was broken, a beam of light directly shot out, and people suddenly felt it was amazing. You wait. In half a day, my master will arrive. Zhou Yuanhao stared at Ning Qi and sneered. It doesn't need half a day. He should be here soon. Ning Qi said lightly. Zhou Yuanhao was slightly stunned, not knowing what Ning Qi meant. Tianhai City. In front of the headquarters of the Arctic Mountain Group, Blood Dragon Immortal, Granny Ling, Kind Immortal, and Evil Immortal stood side by side. At this moment, their aura was different from before. After taking the cocoon-breaking elixir given by Ning Qi, they had all broken through to rank 6 of the Qi refining realm. I don't know how the Arctic Mountain Group offended someone like Master, Granny Ling said curiously. Now our strength has skyrocketed more than 10 times. Even if Black Tortoise Immortal comes in person, he can't beat any of us. Why don't I go in directly and smash this building? Evil Immortal grinned. Master said that as long as the Arctic Mountain Group goes bankrupt, I'm afraid Master won't like it. With Master's strength, if he wants to smash it, it won't be our turn. Kind Immortal said with a smile. Then what should we do? Evil Immortal was slightly stunned. It depends on Blood Dragon Immortal and Granny Ling. We don't have any products in the secular world, but they each control a big group. Although it's not as good as the Arctic Mountain Group, as long as we work together, the Arctic Mountain Group is nothing to us. Kind Immortal smiled. On the day we came out of seclusion, we've already ordered our men to get things done. Now we just need to wait here for Black Tortoise Immortal. Blood Dragon Immortal sneered. The next moment, a white light suddenly entered his body. The other 3 looked over. One of my disciples is in danger. He's in Tianhai City. Blood Dragon Immortal's eyes were full of killing intent. Well, anyway, Black Tortoise Immortal won't come here so early. Why don't we go together and see who is so bold to attack your disciple? Evil Immortal was ready to make a move. The 4 looked at each other, then turned around and left. In the villa. Student Ning, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. How about this? Your father and I are old friends. For the sake of this, can you let me send these 2 to be treated first? Zhang Shan squeezed a smile on his face and said to Ning Qi, Zhang Shan and this guy's father are old friends? Then why is this guy so against the Zhang family? Even Zhang Feiyu was slapped just now. Chapter 1547. Chapter 1547. Chapter 1547. Master, no need. Only my master can heal my injuries. I want to see my master turn this kid into minced meat. Ning Qi didn't say anything, but Zhou Yuanhao sneered. Look, he has such a backbone. There's no need to plead for him. In fact, you've been struggling to protect yourself recently, haven't you? Ning Qi looked at Zhang Shan with a faint smile. Zhang Shan was stunned, then looked at Ning Qi in shock. You've been messing with me recently? Without waiting for Ning Qi to reply, Zhang Shan had already confirmed this point. Then, a cold expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the culprit who made him run around was this kid. I've said it before, I'll take the shares of the Arctic Mountain Group myself. Back then, you wanted to marry Zhang Feiyu to me, but I didn't want it. Now, you've turned around and found someone else to take over. I can't believe you care so much about your daughter, Ning Qi sneered. What? Zhang Feiyu looked at Zhang Shan blankly. Su Wen also raised his head abruptly and glared at Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan wants to marry Zhang Feiyu to boss? This is big news. Yu Qingfeng and the rest looked at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. Zhang Shan's expression did not change as he sneered. However, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. I was just joking, yet you took it so seriously. Are you even worthy of touching my daughter? You can marry Zhang Shan's daughter to whoever likes it. Oh right, my classmate likes her quite a bit. Why not marry her to him? Ning Qi smiled and pointed at Chen Shoujuan. Boss, you. Chen Shoujuan didn't expect the topic to suddenly shift to him. His face turned red. Su Wen has already become a cripple. You won't let your daughter marry someone who has to sit in a wheelchair or use crutches for the rest of her life, right? Ning Qi laughed mockingly. My leg is not crippled. Su Wen roared. I said it's crippled. No one can cure you and no one dares to. Ning Qi said coldly. What a big tone. A roar suddenly came from outside, and then 4 figures walked into the hall one after another. Zhou Yuanhao immediately screamed at the top of his lungs, Master! Patriarch! Su Wen's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise. I'm Zhang Shan, a secular junior of Black Tortoise Immortal. Nice to meet you, Blood Dragon Immortal. Zhang Shan also hurriedly saluted. Miao Li, who was standing in front of him, did not dare to neglect Immortal Blood Dragon. Immortal Blood Dragon was in the same realm as her grandmaster, Immortal Xian Wu. Seeing Zhou Yuanhao and Su Wen's miserable condition, Immortal Blood Dragon's eyes suddenly fell on Ning Qi. You are really... Before he finished his words, he was stunned. Master, it's this brat. He broke my spine. Please avenge me, Master. Zhou Yuanhao glared at Ning Qi, his eyes filled with deep-rooted hatred. This is Su Wen's master's master. Wu Hao and others looked at this scene in horror. Until today, they did not know that there were so many horrible existences on Earth. In the past, they thought that their master, the head of Wu-Tang Mountain, was already the most powerful existence and was known as one of the top 10 Grand Masters of Huaxia. But compared with Su Wen's means just now, he was far inferior. Master. Immortal Blood Dragon's face was ashen. He stepped forward quickly and then fell on his knees with a thud. He slid directly on the floor in front of Ning Qi and put his forehead on the ground. Granny Ling and others also looked at each other in horror and quickly went to kneel in front of Ning Qi. Master, what the hell is going on? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Isn't this Zhou Yuanhao's master? Why does he call this man master? Even Uncle Dongfang could not understand it. If he guessed correctly, the strange illness he had some time ago was caused by Immortal Blood Dragon. But in front of him, Immortal Blood Dragon called Ning Qi master. Zhang Shan's face suddenly turned as white as paper. He looked at this scene in disbelief, with fear in his eyes. So did Miao Li, who stood in front of him, looking at Ning Qi in astonishment, with her small mouth opened into an O shape. What the hell is the origin of our boss? Wave after wave of shock made Yu Qingfeng and others suddenly feel that Ning Qi at this moment was extremely strange. Master, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yuanhao looked at Immortal Blood Dragon in shock and doubt. Immortal Blood Dragon ignored him and still put his forehead on the ground. Master, I didn't know you were here. How dare I offend you? I deserve to die. Stand up and talk, Ning Qi said lightly. Yes. Immortal Blood Dragon and the other 3 suddenly stood up, feeling bitter in their hearts. But the most frightened one was Immortal Blood Dragon. Since he took the cocoon-breaking pill and broke through, Ning Qi's position in his mind had risen sharply. This was his opportunity, his benefactor. Only the existence like a human immortal could give such a magical elixir. Do you know these 2 people? Ning Qi said lightly. Master, this boy is my disciple. As for this man, he should be my disciple's disciple. Immortal Blood Dragon glanced coldly at Zhou Yuanhao and Su Wen, and then said respectfully to Ning Qi. Zhou Yuanhao and Su Wen only felt chills all over their bodies. Things had come to this point. No matter how slow they were, they finally understood that the person they had offended turned out to be a more terrifying existence than Immortal Blood Dragon. Well, Ning Qi smiled and looked at Zhou Yuanhao and Su Wen. Your last trump card is here. Do you have any more? If not, Senior, I was wrong, Senior. Master, please save me. I didn't know your identity. Ignorance is not a crime. It's all this boy's fault. I'll kill him now to apologize to you. Zhou Yuanhao's mind seemed to be in a mess. Suddenly, he struck Su Wen's heart with his palm. Su Wen's eyes immediately widened as he looked at Zhou Yuanhao in disbelief. Then he fell to the ground lifeless. Murder! Now that things had developed to this point, Someone had finally died. Everyone's expression instantly changed. The ones who were the most terrified were Yu Qingfeng and the others. However, they knew very well that they had been brought here by Ningqi. Now that Ningqi had the absolute advantage. Even if someone died, it wouldn't implicate them. The young master of the Su family died like this? This is going to change the world. All the famous people in the Tianhai city thought to themselves in horror, is he dead? Ningqi frowned slightly and looked around. He saw Su Wensoul standing in the distance in a daze. He quickly reacted and lunged at Ningqi, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. No underworld cultivator? Is what Little Six said true? The way of heaven here is really dead. Ningqi was slightly stunned. Then he flicked his finger, and Su Wensoul suddenly dissipated like smoke. Ningqi said to Immortal Blood Dragon, "Since this is your disciple, I will give you face today. I will take him back and train him well." "Thank you, Master." Immortal Blood Dragon suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Ningqi did not even kill Zhou Yuanhao, so he should not blame him for the offense just now. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master," Zhou Yuanhao said without thinking. Crack! Immortal Blood Dragon smashed all his teeth with a slap and said coldly, "What qualification do you have to call me master?" "Do I even have the qualification to call him master? Who the hell is this guy?" Chapter 1548. Chapter 1548. Chapter 1548. Li Xian's shock Zhou Yuanhao was almost out of breath after being slapped by Immortal Blood Dragon, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. "Zhongshan, where do you want to go?" Ningqi's voice suddenly sounded. At that moment, Granny Ling made her move. Her figure was as fast as lightning, and she sent Miao Li, who was protecting Zhongshan, and Zhang Feiyu flying. Then she grabbed Zhongshan and Zhang Feiyu in front of Ningqi, one in each hand. "Master, this guy should be Zhongshan from the Arctic Mountain Group, right?" Granny Ling smiled. "Yes, it's him." Ningqi smiled and looked at Zhongshan. "It's impolite to leave without saying goodbye." "What do you want?" "My ancestor was the Black Tortoise Tao Master. His methods were divine, so don't mess around," Zhongshan said with a pale face. "Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly." Ningqi smiled faintly. Zhongshan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't die today, he would immediately bring Zhang Feiyu to find his ancestor, the Black Tortoise, and then hide there. "You can consider what I said before." Ningqi smiled. "What is it?" Zhongshan was stunned. "Yes, betroth your daughter to this classmate of mine." Ningqi laughed. "No, I don't want to marry him." Zhang Feiyu was horrified. "I'll go back and think about it." Zhongshan was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, you can go now." Ningqi laughed. Seeing this, Granny Ling released her hands. Zhongshan hurriedly pulled Zhang Feiyu and quickly fled the place. His figure looked a little wretched to everyone. The dignified chairman of the Arctic Mountain Group, in front of Ningqi, fled like a wild dog. "Thank you, old Mr. Dongfang, for the meal today. It's time for us to leave." Ningqi got up and said to Dongfang Bo. Uncle Dongfang quickly said, "I wouldn't dare, Mr. Ning is too polite." Ningqi smiled and nodded, then pulled Li Xian towards the door. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng and the others quickly followed. Granny Ling and Kind Immortal naturally left with Ningqi, but Blood Dragon Immortal stayed where he was. He glanced at the others and said, "The meal is over. You can go now." Everyone was overjoyed. They got up and left in a hurry. They had wanted to leave for a long time. "Uncle Dongfang, your luck is really good." Immortal Blood Dragon glanced at Dongfang Bo lightly. Facing the guy who had almost killed him, Dongfang Bo did not show anything wrong. Instead, he smiled and said, "Blood Dragon Immortal, you must be joking." "I'm not joking. It's your fate to be able to form a relationship with my master. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you in the future. As for the good fortune jade plate, You don't have to investigate it anymore. It's already been taken by my master, and no one can take it away from him. If you need any help in the future, you can send me a message." Immortal Blood Dragon said calmly. Then he took out a jade talisman and threw it to Uncle Dongfang. Seeing this, the members of the Dongfang family were overjoyed. This jade talisman was the same as the one Zhou Yuanhao had crushed before. "Thank you, Immortal Blood Dragon." Uncle Dongfang cupped his hands in thanks. He then looked at Su Wen's corpse and frowned. If his grandfather knew that he died here, he would probably go crazy. The mere Su family of the secular world is nothing. Immortal Blood Dragon sneered and then hit Su Wen with his palm. Su Wen's corpse decayed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dongfang Bo's face twitched. Dongfang Haoying and the others had terror in their eyes when they saw this. This method of rotting was exactly the same as his father's. However, Su Wen's rotting speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a skeleton. Immortal Blood Dragon hit Su Wen again, and the skeleton turned into powder. At this point, the trace of Su Wen left in the world was only a pile of light white powder. Immortal Blood Dragon lifted Zhou Yuanhao, who was like a puddle of mud, and nodded to Uncle Dongfang, saying, "I'll leave first." "I'll send you." Uncle Dongfang nodded with a smile. On the way back, in addition to him and Li Xian, there was only Granny Ling in the van that Ning Qi took. Immortal Kindness was sitting in another van, and he was being bombarded by Yu Qingfeng and others. "Is there anything you want to ask?" Ning Qi looked at Li Xian, who was silent, and asked with a smile. Li Xian came back to her senses. Her expression was complicated, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. She was an ordinary person, and even though she already knew of Ning Qi's abilities, when she saw a person being beaten to death in front of her, it was truly shocking and terrifying. "Is that person really dead?" Li Xian murmured. "He should be dead." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Granny Ling looked at Li Xian with some jealousy, thinking that it was all an opportunity. She could be sure that Li Xian was just an ordinary woman, but she could get the master's favor. If she had such an opportunity when she was young, her cultivation at this moment would probably be doubled. But is it really okay for a person to die? Will the police come to catch you? Li Xian said in a daze. A smile flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. In addition to being a little afraid, the first thing she did was to fear was that the police would catch him. She was completely on his side. "Miss, you don't have to be afraid. Master's supernatural power is omnipotent. How can he be afraid of the secular police?" Granny Ling said with a smile. Li Xian was taken aback, and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Omnipotent? What was it like? "All right, you don't have to worry about these things. How about this? After we consummate our marriage, I will teach you the way of cultivation." Ning Qi smiled. The word consummate made Li Xian blush. "Ah, why is this guy talking about this at a time like this?" She glanced at Granny Ling embarrassedly. "Beixian, what is cultivation? Will it be like what you did just now after cultivation?" Li Xian asked curiously. "What you did just now is just an unorthodox technique. At most, it's just a side effect of cultivation. The path of cultivation, I think, is a battle against the heavens. When you succeed in your cultivation, you can live for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. You will be no different from the legendary immortals." Ning Qi smiled. Granny Ling's eyes were filled with excitement. Millions of years? No. She would be satisfied if she could live for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. The history of Huaxia was only about 5,000 years. Isn't that immortality? Li Xian was dumbfounded. It was difficult for her to digest the information. Speaking of which, she had the blood of the Taishang Latsu in her veins, which made her different from ordinary people. If she was told this, it would be even more difficult for her to digest. Immortality? That's something very far away. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 1549. Mission accomplished. About half a month had passed since the incident, and Zhang Feiyu had not appeared again. Wu Hao, Gu Fei, and the others had all dropped out of school. Those who had seen Ning Qi's methods that day did not dare to stay in Tianhai University, afraid that they would be implicated by Zhang Feiyu. Someone like the Su family's young master could be killed just like that. What were they? Yu Qingfeng and the others also took a few days to gradually digest the shock of that day. There were many curious things they wanted to ask Ning Qi, but during this period of time, they could not find any trace of Ning Qi. Not only could they not find Ning Qi, even Li Xian did not come to class. Sigh, boss might have gone out with Li Xian. Yu Qingfeng sighed. Lin Jun, Chen Shoujuan, Yang Zhen, and Wu Wenhui all looked at each other, speechless. While everyone was talking about Ning Qi did indeed take Li Xian out to play. This time he showed his ability to fly, and Li Xian was very excited. She wanted to start cultivating as soon as possible. Flying was the dream of all humans. Passing through the desert, passing through the snowy mountains, and passing through the Kunlun Mountains, Ning Qi took Li Xian to many places that she did not even dare to think about, such as the Himalayas and the legendary Bermuda Triangle. Finally, when Li Xian and Ning Qi walked hand in hand on the quiet streets of Santorini Island in Greece, Li Xian finally gathered her courage and said to Ning Qi, "I want to start cultivating." "Are you sure?" Ning Qi smiled. Li Xian nodded. "Yes." "Does it hurt?" "It's not very painful. It's different from what Hui said before." "Un." When Ning Qi and Li Xian began to perform the ritual, Ning Qi's immortal qi gradually flowed into Li Xian's body. When the blood in her body realized that something was wrong, it was already completely covered by the immortal qi. After the initial pain, Li Xian began to enjoy it, and Ning Qi, on the other hand, could feel the changes that were happening in her body. Faint golden lines suddenly appeared on Li Xian's skin. In the next moment, a majestic aura that shocked even Ning Qi surged out of Li Xian's body. At this moment, Li Xian's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes became a faint golden color as she stared coldly at Ning Qi. "You are not Li Xian. Who are you?" Ning Qi said calmly. "You have immortal, spiritual energy on you. Are you from the land of immortals? Do you want to snatch the fruit of fortune left behind by Master?" Li Xian slowly said. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded calmly. "Master? The fellow hiding in Li Xian's body. She's Taishang Laojuan's disciple? No wonder the system had to be so careful. Even Ning Qi and Li Xian had been together for so long, but he still didn't notice her existence. Who would have thought that despite being so careful, I still did not discover the immortal spiritual energy in your body? How did you know that there was a fruit of fortune here?" Li Xian said coldly. "You were conscious the whole time." Ning Qi didn't answer, but asked instead. A hint of shame flashed in Li Xian's eyes. Ning Qi was right. She had always been conscious. When she found out that Ning Qi was a cultivator, she also felt it was strange. However, she didn't expect that Ning Qi was hiding immortal, spiritual energy in his body. If she had discovered this earlier, she would have rather let the fruit of fortune self-destruct than let it be taken by others. "I will give you a chance. Stop now, or Master will personally come to suppress you in the future. In the land of immortals, your aura is only equivalent to that of a 3 to 5-year-old child. You are definitely not Master's opponent." Li Xian said coldly. "Our positions are different. It is impossible for me to stop." Ning Qi said calmly. If the mission failed, Ning Qi would have to pay the price with his life. Before figuring out the origins of the system, Ning Qi wouldn't die so easily. In the next moment, the immortal spiritual energy in Ning Qi's body surged and surged into Li Xian's body. Something in Li Xian's blood, under the guidance of the immortal spiritual energy, slowly flowed into Ning Qi's body. Li Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. However, the fruit of fortune liked to grow in places with immortal spiritual energy. Aside from a trace of her consciousness, she had no other way to stop Ning Qi. She could only watch as the fruit of fortune in her body ran towards Ning Qi's body. Li Xian's expression gradually calmed down. She looked at Ning Qi, and then the golden light in her eyes gradually dissipated. When it was about to completely disappear, Li Xian spoke again. You messed up Master's plan. Master will not forgive you. If you appear in the land of immortals, I will definitely kill you. Then the golden light dissipated completely. With a long moan, Li Xian hugged Ning Qi with a red face. Her small face showed a hint of happiness, as if she didn't notice what had happened. At the same time, ding! Congratulations on obtaining the fruit of fortune. Mission completed. The system's notification sounded. Ning Qi felt that there was something extra in his body, but when he tried to capture it with his immortal spiritual energy, it immediately disappeared, as if it was playing hide and seek. System, didn't you want this fruit of fortune? Since it's already in my body, why don't you take it? Ning Qi thought. The fruit of fortune is temporarily stored in the host's body. The reward for completing the mission has also been issued. Please check it as soon as possible. The system said coldly. Temporarily stored in my body? A cold light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Was the system using him as a storage bottle? Isn't it afraid of going for wool and coming home shorn? This fruit of fortune doesn't sound simple at all. Putting that thought away, Ning Qi checked the reward for this mission. He saw that there was a compartment in his interspatial bag, and there were 2 round things quietly stored there. Dragon balls. Ning Qi was shocked. The things in the interspatial bag were the 2 dragon balls with the same aura as the snow dragon ball and the water dragon ball. Lightning dragon ball, fire dragon ball? Including the snow dragon ball and water dragon ball, I already have 4. With these 2, the Dragon Slayer Saber will have 4 out of the 7 missing dragon balls, leaving only 3. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with anticipation. The Dragon Slayer Saber's sharpness was unstoppable. Back then, it was also used to split open the Heaven's Path Array in the Central Mainland. If all 7 Dragon Balls were found, how powerful would it be? Seems like this fruit of fortune is indeed important. The stingy system rewarded me with 2 Dragon Balls at once. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose. Bei Xian, what are you laughing at? Li Xian asked in confusion. Ning Qi looked down at her and smiled. Do you feel any changes in your body? Oh, you're so naughty. Li Xian lowered her head shyly. I didn't mean that. Ning Qi couldn't help but laugh. Just pretend I didn't ask. Let's practice a set of cultivation technique to help you build your foundation. What cultivation technique? Li Xian was looking forward to it. Chapter 1550. Low-grade immortal equipment on a small island overseas. A private jet landed directly on the island's runway. Not long after, Zhang Shan and Zhang Feiyu disembarked with a group of people. At the end of the runway, there was a woman in a Taoist robe. Senior Sister Zhang. When Miao Li saw the woman in the Taoist robe, she hurriedly stepped forward and cupped her hands in greeting. Junior Sister Miao, Grandmaster has already received your message. The Taoist-robed woman nodded slightly, then looked at Zhang Shan and said, Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Zhang Shan nodded. Under the guidance of the woman in the Taoist robe, everyone walked into the forest at the side. After walking for more than an hour, their eyes suddenly opened up. A straight blue stone staircase appeared in front of them. At the end of the staircase was a Taoist temple. After seeing the Taoist temple, Zhang Shan's mood finally relaxed. After entering the Taoist temple, the woman in the Taoist robe led Zhang Shan and Zhang Feiyu through many corridors before finally arriving at a courtyard. An old man was meditating there, and as if he had sensed their arrival, he slowly opened his eyes. This old man's hair and beard were all white, but his complexion was ruddy like a young man's. Grandpa Xian. Seeing this, Zhang Shan immediately knelt down and paid his respects. Zhang Feiyu hurriedly bowed as well. This person was Zhang Shan's ancestor, Taoist Master Xianwu, who had lived for more than 150 years. You didn't say it clearly on the phone. What happened? Taoist Xianwu said slowly. Zhang Shan hurriedly told him what had happened during this period. Black Tortoise Immortal's face gradually became serious. Although Blood Dragon Immortal's cultivation is lower than mine, he is also a rare master. According to your description, the other 3 people are Granny Ling, Good Immortal, and Evil Immortal. If the 4 of them join hands, it will take me some effort to suppress them. Are you sure you heard it correctly? Did they call that young man master? There's no mistake. Zhang Shan nodded. If this child you speak of is really the descendant of your old friend, then he shouldn't be too old. Xianwu frowned slightly. At this moment, Zhang Shan's phone suddenly rang. Xianwu waved his hand, gesturing for him to pick up the phone. Zhang Shan then took out his phone. After answering the call, his face turned extremely ugly. Something happened to the Arctic Ridge group. Zhang Shan said with a bitter face, "What happened?" The Black Tortoise's voice was slightly cold. On the surface, the owner of the Arctic Mountain Group was Zhang Shan, but the true owner was him. The Wind Spirit Group and the Yulong Group have teamed up to purchase our shares. Zhang Shan said, "The group of Granny Ling and Immortal Blood Dragon. Hee, what's the use of that? Don't you and your daughter own most of the shares?" A cold light flashed across Xianwu's eyes. Also, several jade mines under the group were massacred. Zhang Shan whispered. Black Tortoise's eyes narrowed. The jade mine was bathed in blood? Did you put away the herbs I asked you to prepare? Put it away. Zhang Shan nodded hurriedly. At this moment, the phone rang again. After Zhang Shan finished the call, his eyes flickered. Seeing the Black Tortoise Immortal looking at him coldly, Zhang Shan could only lower his head and say, "A few secret herb warehouses were also robbed. The herbs that I specially bought for you were all stolen. Then the materials I asked you to prepare are also gone, right?" Taoist Xianwu said lightly, "Let me make a call and ask." Zhang Shan hurriedly picked up the phone, and then his face suddenly turned extremely pale. He was a little ashamed and didn't dare to look at Black Tortoise. "I understand. Blood Dragon Immortal, Granny Ling, Good and Evil Immortal. Hee, I haven't appeared in the world for too long. They don't take me seriously anymore." Black Tortoise Immortal was so angry that he laughed. "Grandpa Xian, that Ning Beishuan's cultivation might be stronger than theirs," Zhang Shan reminded. "At most, he's on par with me. How much stronger can he be? He must have encountered some fortuitous encounter after cultivating for more than 10 years. All right, this is also my opportunity. Wait till I catch him and force out his treasures." Black Tortoise Immortal sneered. "Where are the disciples of Black Tortoise Immortal Temple?" His voice was like thunder. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen figures quietly landed in front of Black Tortoise Immortal. "We're going to appear. You stay here and stabilize your realm first." Ning Qi smiled at Li Exan. He specially exchanged for a dual cultivation technique from the system. Although it wasn't a very profound technique, his cultivation was at the perfected stage of the Transcendence realm. He had an incomparably majestic immortal spirit energy. After a few days of dual cultivation, Li Exan also successfully broke through to the first stage of the Qi refinement realm and built her foundation. Moreover, her foundation was more stable than ordinary cultivators. After all, it was done by Ning Qi personally. Li Exan nodded happily. She felt that every cell in her body was jumping with joy. Even without Ning Qi's reminder, she was already a little excited. Ning Qi walked out of the room. When he closed the door, his figure had already disappeared. He had arrived at the top cultivation ground. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in Ning Chi's hand. There were 3 Dragon Balls on it: Snow Dragon Ball, Water Dragon Ball, and Thunder Dragon Ball. Ning Chi took out the Earth Dragon Ball and Fire Dragon Ball he obtained this time and mounted them one by one. With a flash of light, the aura of the Dragon Slayer's saber changed, becoming even sharper than before. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Dragon Ball and awakening the power of Earth. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Fire Dragon Ball and awakening the power of Yen and Huang. Power of Earth, power of Yen and Huang. Ding! As the Dragon Slayer saber has obtained 5 Dragon Balls, it has reverted to a low-grade immortal artifact. Low-grade immortal artifact? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. When he obtained the 3 Dragon Balls, the Dragon Slayer saber had only reverted to a low-grade immortal artifact. But now it had jumped 2 grades and become a low-grade immortal artifact? Ning Chi's eyes revealed a look of joy. He took out the 9 Skanda God Bell and touched it lightly with the Dragon Slayer saber. The 9 Skanda God Bell immediately shone brightly. Then, where it touched, a thin crack appeared. The 9 Skanda God Bell is a top-grade immortal artifact, and it has defensive properties. A light touch like this actually caused a crack. The sharpness of the Dragon Slayer saber has probably increased by more than 100 times. In the future, even if I meet someone with a top-grade defensive immortal artifact, I can kill him with 1 slash. At this level, even an ordinary low-grade immortal artifact would not be able to withstand it. Ning Chi was a little happy. He did not use the coiling dragon rod to test it again. In any case, the result would be the same. After using the 9 Hell Tempering technique to mend the crack on the 9 Skanda God Bell, Ning Chi suddenly slashed out: Snow, Water, Thunder, Earth, Fire. Chapter 1551. Bomb. So this is the power of a low-grade immortal artifact. Ning Chi looked at the Dragon Slayer saber with satisfaction. Although he could shatter the void with his previous strength, it was impossible for him to create such a long crack in the void. The void had a self-healing ability. Once it was shattered, it could be healed in a short amount of time. But if the attacker's method was too terrifying, the healing time would be much longer. For example, the crack in front of him took 3 to 4 minutes before it slowly healed. Some ancient experts could even make a crack in the void exist for tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years. With my current attack, I might be able to fight against a 6th tribulation creator. When I finish the advancement mission, my strength will increase greatly and I will kill the Eternal River Immortal King. Ning Chi sneered. Not much time had passed since they left the training ground. Ning Chi sat next to Li Xian and watched her slowly adjust her breathing. After about 3 days, Li Xian opened her eyes and a bright light flashed in her eyes. You are now considered to have stepped on the path of cultivation. You can practice the dual cultivation art when I am here. If I am not here, you can practice this art. Ning Chi planned to pass on the imprisonment dragon elephant art to Li Xian. This was his special cultivation technique, and up until now he had only passed it on to the sacred concubine of Cold Sky. However, he had taken away the fruit of fortune from Li Xian's bloodline, although Li Xian didn't know about this, and it was very likely that even until she died of old age, the fruit of fortune in her body wouldn't bring her any benefits, and would be passed on to the next generation. However, Ning Chi had still taken something from her, and the imprisonment dragon elephant art was more than enough to make up for Li Xian's loss, and it would also allow Li Xian to walk on an extraordinary path. Li Xian's comprehension was very high. She remembered everything after hearing it once. This surprised Ning Chi. She was indeed the descendant of Taishan Laojun. The imprisonment dragon elephant art is the main principle. It can increase your cultivation and strength to an unbelievable level. The other 33 are secondary principles. They are attack, defense, and escape techniques. You don't have enough cultivation now. You only need to cultivate 90,000 miles in an instant for the secondary principles. Use the rest of your energy to cultivate the main principles. When you break through the first heaven, you can enter the Battle Dan realm, the second heaven, the eternal life realm, and the third heaven, the law phase realm. Ningqi smiled. I can reach the law phase realm at the third heaven. Li Xian was shocked. Ningqi had already told her about these realms. Li Xian knew how difficult it was for ordinary people to break through to this realm, but she had never thought that the cultivation method Ningqi had taught her would have such power at the third layer. Yes, although I haven't tried it, I've deduced it before and it's not much different. Ningqi nodded. His confinement dragon-elephant technique was at the 5th level. Logically speaking, he should have already broken through to the transcendence realm. However, Ningqi's cultivation was linked to the system. Other aspects were also different from ordinary cultivators. Ningqi even suspected that if another cultivator were to cultivate the confinement dragon-elephant technique, there would be a huge difference in their cultivation realms when they reached the 9th level. However, Ningqi had used a few heavens to stabilize his foundation in every realm, compressing his cultivation base and increasing the density of his immortal qi to a terrifying level. In comparison, when the confinement dragon-elephant technique reached the 9th level, he would become a terrifying existence among his peers. It would be child's play for him to fight those of a higher level. In that case, there were pros and cons. The bad thing was that Ningqi would have to change to a stronger cultivation method after reaching the 9th level, or modify the confinement dragon-elephant technique again. The good thing was that Ningqi could break through 2 or even 3 levels in the same realm. He only had to face one bottleneck. Others could continue to cultivate the confinement dragon-elephant technique to a very high level, but it would be countless times more difficult to reach the 9th level compared to Ningqi. After all, there were bottlenecks in the breakthrough between realms. They would have to face a bottleneck every time they broke through a realm. 1 month later, Ningqi brought Li Xian back to Tianhai City. Hello, Mom, is that you? I'm okay. I'll take the car back later. Li Xian hung up the phone and smiled apologetically at Ningqi. Beixian, I have to go home first. Something happened at home. I'll go with you. Ningqi smiled. If my parents knew that I fell in love right after I graduated from university, they would be furious. I'll go back first and help them with some work. Li Xian smiled embarrassedly. Okay. Remember to call me if there's anything. Ningqi smiled and nodded. With Li Xian's current cultivation, even if she encountered a robber, she would not be in trouble. Remember to help me apply for leave from the teacher. We've been gone for more than a month this time. I don't know if we'll be expelled. Li Xian was a little worried. Don't worry. Ningqi smiled and rubbed her head. After watching Li Xian leave, Ningqi went back to school. He did not see Qingfeng and the others. Even Wu Wenhui did not seem to be there. It seemed that they had gone out to have fun. Ningqi did not care and went straight back to the Arctic Mountain Hotel. As soon as Lu Ling saw Ningqi, she immediately swayed her seductive body and greeted him with a smile. Some people were born to wear professional clothes. A small suit and black stockings added a bit of charm to Lu Ling. Many men in the hall were looking at Lu Ling. Mr. Ning, you've stayed in our hotel for a long time. With the special approval from the upper management, you can get another 20% discount on your monthly room fee. Lu Ling smiled. Is that so? Thank you. Ningqi smiled. Lu Ling sighed inwardly. As expected of a rich man, a 20% discount was equivalent to tens of millions of yuan, but he did not feel happy at all and was still so calm. Lu Ling sent Ningqi all the way to the top floor and then returned to the elevator with some disappointment. She looked down at her own figure. Was her charm so low? In the past, when those people took the elevator alone with her, they would look at her as if they wanted to strip her naked. However, this young and vigorous bachelor in front of her was not moved at all. Lung Ming, why haven't I seen Feng Qin and Feng Shu recently? Ningqi returned to the room and saw sacred concubine Cold Sky sitting cross-legged on the sofa eating snacks and watching a movie. He smiled and sat next to her, reached out his hand, and then touched her belly. The two of them have been mysterious recently, but I heard that they are also in Tianhai University. You didn't see them? Sacred concubine Cold Sky smiled. Hua Lang has become the dormitory manager, Annie. She should be worried about little you, and Zuoling. But why did Feng Qin and Feng Shu go there? Shouldn't they be here to serve you? Ningqi smiled. It's rare to come here. Isn't it boring to stay by my side? Besides, I don't need anyone to serve me now. Sacred concubine Cold Sky laughed. What is this? Ningqi's eyes suddenly fell on a black box not far away. Didn't you ask someone to send it here? Sacred concubine Cold Sky was slightly startled. Chapter 1552. An international assassin organization. How fast was the explosion? It was faster than the speed of sound. The shock wave and the fire snake could destroy the entire floor in an instant. However, this scene was slowed down many times in Ningqi's eyes. He waved his hand, and the majestic immortal Qi wrapped around the shock wave and the fire snake. It was as easy as extinguishing a match. The black box had been blown up, leaving a black mark on the ground. Elsewhere, even the carpet was unharmed. After the saint consort reacted, she looked at Ningqi with a cold expression. Someone wants to kill us. Ningqi nodded with a smile. You're just an ant. Even if I don't make a move, I won't be able to hurt you at all. In other words, this world can only destroy Tianhai City and drop hundreds of nuclear bombs with a yield of 50 million tons. Only then can it hurt you. Beixian, I haven't been active for a long time. The saint consort looked out the window and then smiled at Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and nodded. On a tall building far away, for men and women in black were holding high-powered binoculars. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Did you see that? Yes. What kind of terrifying existence are they? Even if they are at that level, 30 kilograms of TNT can't kill them? They said that only dozens of nuclear bombs can hurt them. I'm afraid this is not a joke. The explosives clearly exploded, but they suddenly went out as if time was reversed. This mission is really difficult. Why don't we retreat? You don't want the $50 million? After this mission, we can directly retire. Each of us will get $3 to $5 million. Can't we go wherever we want? The four people looked at the binoculars and discussed. Suddenly, their bodies stiffened. Disappeared? Those two people disappeared? They put down the binoculars and looked at each other in fear. The next moment, they saw two shadows in front of them. They were shocked. They were so vigilant. How could they not know that someone had sneaked up behind them? When the four people saw the appearance of the two people clearly, they were scared out of their wits. Their bodies turned cold, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The saint consort smiled at the four people and said, "Who sent you?" "Be pretty girl. We don't understand what you're saying. We're just enjoying the scenery here." One of the men forced a smile. The saint concubine waved her hand, and the power of law swept across the man's neck. His head flew into the air, flipped 3 or 4 times, then fell heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out of the headless corpse. A faint smile appeared on Ningqi's face. Was beauty something that could be casually called out? The saint concubine had never been an easy person to get along with. To her, human life was even more insignificant than Ningqi's. In her mind, there were only 2 kinds of people, friends and enemies. Boss. That man was obviously their leader. The other 3's faces changed, and they looked at Saint Concubine angrily, quickly pulling out their guns. A series of gunshots rang out from the rooftop. After a dozen breaths, the Saint Concubine slowly opened her palm, and the orange-yellow bullets fell to the ground with tinkling sounds. "Are you guys enjoying the scenery here with guns?" Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled. You can't even deal with guns. A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the three. Then, two of the women threw away their guns and surrendered. Seeing this, the remaining man was also decisive. Tell me, who sent you here? Saint Concubine Cold Sky said indifferently. No one sent us here. You guys have become the hunting target of an international assassin organization. Someone offered $50 million for your lives. The man said, Our lives? How many people are there? Ning Chi frowned. The man hurriedly said, You too and a few people from Tianhai University. In short, although there are a lot of people on this list, most of them are ordinary people, so read out all the names of those who have become hunting targets. Ning Chi said indifferently, Ning Beixian, Fang Lingming, Fang Qin, Fang Shu. The man decisively read out a long list of names, including Yu Qingfeng's group, Li Xian, and Hualang. It was very likely that the other party had checked the registration records of the Arctic Mountain Group. Then, the reason why Yu Qingfeng's group was involved was probably because of the dinner that day. On the day Su Wen died, Yu Qingfeng's group was also there. Beixian, someone wants to kill us all. Saint Concubine Cold Sky said coldly. It's either the Zhang family, the Su family, or both families working together. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Well, we've told you all the information we know. Can we? The man carefully looked at the two of them. Their assassin team had been in the international arena for a long time. They had a little understanding of that level of people, and they had even killed a few of them. However, what they saw today was too shocking. Those previous targets couldn't be compared at all. In the blink of an eye, from the Arctic Mountain Hotel, 5 kilometers away, they silently appeared behind them. This kind of speed was almost like teleportation. There should be a lot of people like you who have taken on the list. Ning Chi said faintly, No, once we take the list, others can't take it. But if the mission fails, someone else will continue to take it until the mission is completed, or the sponsor cancels it. Of course, if the sponsor dies, the International Assassin Organization will also get the news and cancel the mission. You've already made your move on those ordinary people from Tianhai University? Ning Chi thought about the disappearance of Yu Qingfeng's group and guessed that it had something to do with this. The three of them looked at each other with a somewhat ugly expression. In the end, they said hesitantly they were captured alive and handed over to the sponsor. After asking who was captured alive, Ning Chi immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Since little Yu, Zuoling, and Hualang were also captured alive, Yu Qingfeng's group would not be in danger. Well, we've told you all the information we know. The three of them wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This time, they failed miserably, not because they were too weak, but because the opponent was too strong. The sponsor had already warned them, and they took it seriously. They deliberately detonated the bomb when they saw Ning Chi return to the hotel, but they still failed. For the sake of the information, I'll leave your bodies intact, Saint Concubine Cold Sky said faintly. Before the three of them could react, a bloody hole appeared on their foreheads, and their life force was instantly cut off. Let's go. Chapter 1553. Chapter 1553. Chapter 1553. Take action. Mom, I'm back. Li Xinqing hurriedly opened the door and shouted, but suddenly froze because her parents were sitting on the sofa, with several people pointing guns at their heads. Xia, run. Li Xian's father roared. Where are you going? A cold voice came from behind, and the door was instantly closed. A cold gun barrel was pressed against the back of Li Xian's head. A trace of panic flashed in Li Xian's eyes, and after subconsciously circulating the imprisonment dragon-elephant technique, her mind gradually calmed down. Who are you people? After being escorted to the sofa to sit with her parents, Li Xian calmly said, Little girl, you're not simple at all. You're not afraid at all. No wonder the first miss invited you over. A scar-faced man laughed as he looked at Li Xian, playing with a silver pistol in his hand. Eldest miss? Li Xian thought for a moment. Her family was just an ordinary person. At least, before she met Ning Qi, she was just an ordinary student. How could she have offended someone who even had a gun? In that case, the identity of the first miss was obvious. "It's Zhang Feiyu," Li Xian coldly said. Li Xian could tell that Zhang Feiyu had a grudge against Ning Qi. This group of people should have been sent by Zhang Feiyu. "So what if I'm right?" Scarface sneered, took out a phone, and connected the video. Then Zhang Feiyu's face appeared, and Scarface pointed the phone camera at Li Xian. "Li Xian." In the video, Zhang Feiyu's eyes revealed a hint of delight. "Zhang Feiyu, what do you mean?" Li Xian said coldly. "Whatever you want to do, come at me. It has nothing to do with my parents." Why wouldn't he? "I can tell that Ning Beixian likes you very much. If something happens to you, he'll definitely be very sad." At this point, Zhang Feiyu's expression in the video turned extremely cold. "He killed my fiancé, so I'll kill his girlfriend." "Young miss, do you want me to do it?" Scarface laughed. "Send them all to the capital. I want to do it myself." "Yes." Scarface nodded his head and hung up the video call. He then turned to Li Xian and smiled. "Let's go. Don't resist. The more you resist, the more excited I will be. It's hard to say what I won't do to you." As he spoke, he reached out to pinch Li Xian's face. Li Xian's parents immediately panicked. "Don't do anything rash. Don't touch my daughter." Whoosh! With a soft sound, Scarface's arm suddenly fell to the ground. He stared dumbfoundedly at the blood gushing out of his severed arm, unable to react. When the others noticed this, they were just about to take action when they were engulfed by flames and instantly burned to ashes. Li Xian's parents suddenly fainted. "Beixian!" Li Xian looked at Ning Qi excitedly. The saint concubine stood behind Ning Qi, looking at Li Xian with a smile that was not a smile. "You are—" Scarface suddenly discovered that all of his men had disappeared. He looked at Ning Qi with some horror, and his other hand hurriedly reached for something at his waist. "Li Xian, the path of cultivation is never smooth sailing. Occasionally, there will be some waves and enemies. At times like this, you cannot have good intentions. There is only one way." Ning Qi smiled. Scarface suddenly discovered that he couldn't move his body, and even his mouth couldn't speak. He could only look at Ning Qi with incomparable horror. Li Xian was slightly startled. But on second thought, if Ning Qi hadn't come today, she and her parents would have been sent to the capital and then killed by Zhang Feiyu one by one. "Beixian, I understand." Li Xian calmly nodded, stood up from the sofa, and quietly looked at Scarface. The imprisonment dragon elephant art suddenly activated, and Li Xian's palm struck Scarface's chest. Scarface, who was arrogant just a moment ago, was directly sent flying and heavily smashed into the wall in the distance. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open. Obviously, he was no longer breathing. After doing all this, Li Xian suddenly began to gasp for breath. Ning Qi stepped forward and patted his shoulder, then said to the saint concubine, "Lung Ming, you are responsible for cleaning up the traces here. Oh, and at the same time enlighten her." "Okay." The saint concubine nodded. By the time Li Xian reacted, Ning Qi had already disappeared. "Sister, it's my first time killing, just like you." The saint concubine smiled. You are." There was a trace of doubt in Li Xian's eyes. "Since you are Beixian's woman, there are some things that he can't tell you, so let me tell him. But before that, I still have to deal with this place and think about how to explain when your parents wake up." The saint concubine smiled slightly, and with a palm, Scarface's body was suddenly shattered into pieces by the power of law. Seeing this scene, Li Xian's face showed a shocked expression. "Well, there are traces of fighting." Ning Qi appeared in Qin Peng's home. Qin Peng and Wang Nen were not at home. There were a few broken cups on the ground, and the sofa was placed differently from before. Ning Qi also saw that there was no trace of Chen Yan in the school, so the three of them should also be caught. With a slight thought, Blood Dragon Immortal and the other three who were still in Tianhai City immediately received Ning Qi's message. And before long, they appeared in front of Ning Qi. They have already done it to me, Ning Qi said lightly. This sentence suddenly surprised the four people. They stayed in Tianhai City, but they didn't notice it? There was a trace of horror on the four people's faces. I'll give you a few missions. Find as many relatives and friends of the Zhang family as you can, and find as many as you can from the Su family. They're a big family, so there's bound to be branches. Split up and do them. When you're done, crush this jade talisman, and I'll know. Ning Qi threw a jade talisman to the four people. Yes, we will complete the task given by Master. The four people nodded quickly. Ning Qi glanced at them lightly, and his figure disappeared directly into the air. The four people couldn't help but sigh. They were extremely shocked by Ning Qi's unpredictable speed. Zhang family, Su family, Humph. These two families dared to take the lead, making us lose face in front of Master. Granny Ling, you have the most information channels. Can you dig out all of them? Blood Dragon Immortal sneered and looked at Granny Ling. Yes. Granny Ling nodded coldly. Master just said relatives and friends, so can friends also be counted? Kindness Immortal said with a smile. Of course. Blood Dragon Immortal sneered. Then let's get started. My disciples and grand-disciples have also been called to Tianhai City, waiting for Master's order. Kindness Immortal smiled slightly. In a villa on a mountain in the capital city. I tell you, my boss is not an ordinary person. If you don't let us go, be careful of your lives. Yu Qingfeng threatened the man in black who was guarding him and the others with his pig face. His threat was met with another round of violent beatings. Suddenly, the punches that fell on his body like raindrops suddenly stopped. First Mississippi, Zhang Feiyu, it's really you. Chapter 1554. Chapter 1554. Despicable Surprised? Zhang Feiyu looked at the five of them with a cold smile on her face. Senior Zhang, why did you capture us? This is against the law, Wu Wenhui said in fear. Other than Yu Qingfeng, the other four did not suffer any torture, nor did they have any ropes on their bodies. This was because from the day they were captured, they knew that they would not be able to escape because the group of black-clothed men guarding them all had bulging waists. It was obvious that they had guns. All right, stop playing dumb. You were all there that day. You should know that killing is just a small trick to us. It's not against the law. Zhang Feiyu's eyes turned cold. Otherwise, why is Ning Beixian still alive? My fiancé died in his hands. You want to capture us to threaten student Ning? Wu Wenhui immediately guessed Zhang Feiyu's intention. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. You're indeed not stupid. I heard that you've applied for the elite society. It's a pity. If you weren't so close to Ning Beixian, I might have accepted you. The elite society needs 1 or 2 sweepers. You're perfect, Zhang Feiyu said calmly. The 5 of them glared at her. Zhang Feiyu, you can't deal with the boss. So you want to use us to threaten him? Do you have any shame? Yu Qingfeng shouted. Beat him until he can't speak. But don't kill him. I have a use for these people. Zhang Feiyu said coldly. Yes, miss. The men in black nodded. What are you guys doing? No, don't, it hurts. After a round of beating, Yu Qingfeng's voice gradually weakened. Lin Jun was so angry that he wanted to help. But when he saw the black muzzle of the gun, he immediately sat back down obediently. Anyway, Zhang Feiyu had said not to kill him, so he could only let Yu Qingfeng suffer a little. Chen Shoujuan looked at the goddess in his heart with a trace of pain. He had been in love with Zhang Feiyu for so many years, but now he suddenly realized that she had such a violent temper. This room is so big. How can we only lock these few people? Bring the others here. Zhang Feiyu said coldly. Someone else was captured. Lin Jun and the others were slightly taken aback. Not long after, the black-clothed man brought two more groups of people over. One group was Chun Peng's family of 3, and the other group was Yu Qingfeng, who was on the verge of fainting. He struggled to open his eyes and instantly sobered up. Peerless Prides, Super Dormitory Manager, Wu Wenhui and Yang Zhen were also dumbfounded. They knew Hualang, and she was quite famous in Tianhai University. She was named the most beautiful dormitory Annie. Why was she captured as well? What was even more shocking was, why would the Peerless Twins also appear here? Apart from that, they also saw 2 beautiful women. Zhang Feiyu, why didn't your father show up? Is he too ashamed to see me? Chun Peng sneered. There were many wounds on his body. It was obvious that he had been tortured after being captured. This room was more than 300 square meters. Even with so many people coming in at once, it did not seem crowded. In the 4 corners of the room stood more than 20 men in black, all of them staring at the crowd like tigers watching their prey. The old man has quite a temper. Why are you being so arrogant when you're about to die? Do you think you can see my father whenever you want? Zhang Feiyu sneered. Wang then pulled on Chun Peng's arm. His eyes were filled with fear. Although his family of 3 was now at the peak of the body forging realm, in other words, they were gang gene experts like Hong, Wenwu. They had not seen much of the world. They used to be ordinary people, so they were also afraid when faced with such a situation. Chen Peng, we haven't seen each other for so many years, but your temper is still so bad. If you had spoken nicely back then, you wouldn't have had such a hard time these past 10 years, right? A loud voice rang out. Then, a group of people walked in. Other than Zhang Shan, there was also a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Su Wen. His eyes were very cold. Zhang Shan. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Chun Peng stared at Zhang Shan, clenching his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Dad, Uncle Su. Zhang Feiyu nodded at the 2 of them. Everyone is here. Su Yang's voice was a little hoarse. His gaze swept across the crowd, pausing on Little Yu and Zueling for a while. They're all here. These are his classmates, and they have a good relationship. These are his relatives, and these women registered with him at my hotel, so they should be his close friends. Zhang Feiyu pointed at Yu Qingfeng, Chen Peng, Little Yu, and the others. My son won't die in vain. He killed my son, so I'll let this group of people accompany my son to the grave. Su Yang said coldly, Brother Su, this is a must. But before this, my old ancestor has instructed us not to act rashly for the time being. The other party will definitely come to save them. The old ancestor has already set up a formation, and we're just waiting for the other party to come. When the time comes, we'll suppress the other party and deal with them together. Isn't that great? Zhang Shan smiled. N. Su Yang nodded. Zhang Shan, you shameless villain. Chun Peng snorted coldly. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Chun Peng's leg was shot, and his face immediately showed a trace of pain. Old Chen, are you all right? Dad! Wang Nan and Chen Yan were startled. I'm fine. Hee, it's just a bullet. Chun Peng sneered. He exerted force through his muscles, and a bullet suddenly popped out. Zhang Shan's expression changed slightly. He knew that Chun Peng was different from the past, but he was still a little shocked to see what Chun Peng was capable of. Zhang Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of undetectable jealousy. Boss's relative is also so powerful. He squeezed the bullet out with his muscles. Yu Qingfeng and the others were secretly shocked. Zhang Shan, can Immortal Xian Wu's formation stop Ningbei Xian? According to the information I received, even Immortal Blood Dragon and the others have become his subordinates. Su Yang frowned and said, My old ancestor is the real #1 expert in China, and he personally set up a formation to lure them here. How could he fail? In addition, he has also informed a few old friends. If they work together, they will definitely suppress them. Zhang Shan sneered. After a pause, he continued, "You can see the garden through the window. Brother Su, if you're interested, you can take a look yourself. My old ancestor rarely fights, so it's rare to see him." Zhang Shan and the others walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the room. A man in black pulled the curtains open, and even Yu Qingfeng and the others could clearly see the garden outside. In the garden, the white-haired and bearded Taoist Xian Wu stood in the center. Nearby him were a monk, a nun, and a middle-aged man in a green robe with a sword on his back. The auras of these three people were only slightly weaker than Taoist Xian Wu. Immortal Xian Wu, when will the evil experts you mentioned arrive? Chapter 1555. Chapter 1555. Chapter 1555. He came, if there is no accident, with the news of Blood Dragon Immortal. They will arrive today. This time, the four spirits demon, subduing formation, should be foolproof. Black Tortoise Immortal said, lightly, "When did such an evil master appear in Huaxia? Why didn't we receive the news?" The monk frowned. This monk was Shi Longxin, the abbot of the famous dragon-subduing temple in Huaxia. It was said that the dragon-subduing temple was inherited from Arhut, subduing dragon in Western Heaven. He was a famous figure in the righteous path of Huaxia. In terms of cultivation, he was stronger than Blood Dragon Immortal. The nun was the leader of the Amaze sect. She was originally called Demon-Slaying Nun, but later changed to Heartless Nun. When her eyes fell on Shi Longxin, there was always a hint of killing intent. The middle-aged man in cyan robe with a sword on his back was Yu Qingshan, the leader of the Divine Sword sect. With Black Tortoise Immortal, these four people could be said to be the strongest and most influential in the righteous path of Huaxia. The rest of the sects all respected these four people. When the evil cultivators saw these four people, most of them fled directly, and few dared to fight them head-on. This person's appearance is very strange. I'm afraid he is an old monster. Heartless Nun said coldly, "No matter what old monster he is, as long as he is an evil person, we have the obligation to kill him." Yu Qingshan said lightly. As he spoke, the sword behind him seemed to make a buzzing sound. "Today, the four of us will set up the four spirits, demon, subduing formation. With the protection of the disciples of each sect, no matter who he is, he will be crushed into powder. I thank you very much." Black Tortoise Immortal smiled slightly. "Black Tortoise Immortal, you are welcome." Everyone smiled and nodded. Around the garden, there were many shadows. At first glance, there were only 4 people, but in fact, there were 70 or 80 people lying in ambush. Among them, the disciples of the dragon-subduing temple were the most numerous, but their cultivation was generally very low. Black Tortoise Immortal had the least disciples, but his cultivation was very high. The monk and the nun are here? Is this a fight or a demon subduing? Yu Qingfeng muttered to himself. Seeing Zhang Feiyu's eyes fall on him, Yu Qingfeng immediately shut his mouth and thought, a wise man knows when to retreat. With 4 righteous experts working together, today's success rate will definitely be 100%. Su Yang faintly smiled. At this time his phone rang. After picking it up and listening, he smiled at Zhang Shan and said, "This time the assassin team that took my order has already failed. This also proves that that guy has appeared. Do you want to send a message to him?" "There's no need. My clan's ancestor said that he would find us himself." Zhang Shan's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. He knew that Su Yang had hired an assassin to kill Ningqi. If he could successfully kill Ningqi, it would naturally be excellent. He would also be able to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Otherwise, Ningqi's existence would always make him feel uneasy. Unfortunately, Su Yang's side had failed. However, Zhang Shan wasn't afraid. Looking at the current situation, Zhang Shan really couldn't think of a way for Ning Beixian to win this battle. No one noticed that little Yu, and the others were communicating through voice transmission with a faint smile on their faces. Zwillinger said, "These people have spent a lot of effort. Little you, a mere chi refining stage existence, wants to set up an ambush to suppress young master. Really drunk." Fong Qin said, "Sect master should be here soon, right? Pretending to be captured is very tiring." Fong Shu said, "That guy who just got shot is a relative of sect master, right? Do we really not need to make the first move?" Hua Lang said, "Peak body forging stage injuries are nothing. What's the relationship between these women and him?" Su Yang's gaze suddenly fell on little Yu, and the others. "What, Brother Su, are you interested?" Zhang Shan revealed a trace of a smile. "Don't do anything rash." Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but speak again. "Beat him up." Zhang Feiyu shouted coldly. After being beaten up again, Wu Wenhui hurriedly checked Yu Qingfeng's injuries and then said in a low voice, "You can't even protect yourself. Don't force yourself." "Actually, I'm still a member of the Peerless Prodigies Guard Group," Yu Qingfeng said with difficulty. "It's not bad to collect some interest first." Su Yang smiled slightly. He looked dignified, but a trace of greed flashed in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to immediately execute little Yu, and the others. A trace of killing intent flashed in little Yu's eyes. How could she not understand what the other party was thinking? If the other party really wanted to attack them now, they would have no choice but to retaliate. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be a good show to watch. "Zhang Shan, come at me if you have the guts. These girls are the same age as your daughter. Why are you dragging this matter onto them?" Qin Peng took a step forward. His eyes filled with anger as he stared at Zhang Shan. "Do you really think that you've won? Just by relying on those trash outside?" Little Yu spoke with a trace of mockery on her lips. "You're very confident in Ning Beixian? How about this? Tell us what he's capable of, and we won't touch you guys for now." Zhang Shan smiled. "Capable? That's great. He can chase the sun, chase the moon, go up into the sky, and dive into the ground. There's nothing he can't do." Little Yu smiled. "What a joke!" Zhang Shan sneered, but for some reason he felt uneasy in his heart. Seeing that Su Yang seemed to be unable to control his lust, Zhang Shan said in a low voice, "Brother Su, we don't know when that guy will come. We don't have to be impatient. After we suppress him, you can choose any of these girls." All right. After all, Su Yang was from a big clan. Although he was attracted by little Yu, and the others, he still retained a trace of rationality. It wouldn't be too late for him to enjoy them after he avenged his son. Time ticked by, and soon the sun had set. Yu Qingfeng and the others felt that time was getting longer, but they didn't dare to speak. They could only look at little Yu, and the others curiously. Since these girls were captured and brought here, they obviously had a close relationship with Ning Qi. Why didn't he reveal it before? What relationship do they have with Ning Qi? Ning Yu, your surname is also Ning. What's your relationship with Ning Beixian? Unknowingly, Wu Hao had moved to little Yu's side. What does it have to do with you? Little Yu sneered. Wu Hao's face revealed a trace of awkwardness. He then glanced at Zhang Shan and whispered to little Yu, Zhang Shan is my uncle. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll plead for you this time. Maybe I can save you. What about them? Little Yu smiled. There's nothing I can do about them. That Mr. Su's status is extraordinary. Wu Hao smiled bitterly. Do you think you're worthy of me? Little Yu suddenly smiled. You. A trace of anger flashed in Wu Hao's eyes. He then said coldly, forget it. After you guys are played to death with my status, I can also get some benefits. Humph. When it was midnight, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the villa. Inside the room, Ning Qi's figure clearly appeared on the monitor. He's here. Chapter 1556. Chapter 1556. Chapter 1556. Is that all you've got? Chen Peng's family of 3 looked at Ning Qi's silhouette on the monitor, and a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. Zhang Shan had clearly set up an ambush for Ning Qi to step into. They wondered if Ning Qi would be able to discover this and respond accordingly. The boss is here. Haha, you're finished. You want to kill the boss with just a few monks? You're dreaming. I'll just sit and watch you die. Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh wildly. Don't bother. The soundproofing here is very good. He can't hear anything. Zhang Feiyu glanced at him coldly, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. From this moment on, she realized that the purpose of Yu Qingfeng's incessant provocation might be a little unusual. Oh, really? Haha. Yu Qingfeng smiled awkwardly. Dad, the people we sent to Li Xian's side should have failed. Zhang Feiyu looked coldly at the figure in the monitor and said to Zhang Shan, So be it. Anyway, there are more than a dozen people he cares about here. He will definitely die today. Zhang Shan smiled coldly. At the same time, in a courtyard somewhere in the capital, a group of men in black was stationed here. They were different from Zhang Shan's men. These men in black were more capable. In a room, there were 4 or 5 old men, more than 20 middle-aged men, and a strong man in black was fiddling with a monitor in front of them. With a click, a figure appeared. Chiefs, this Ning Beixian suddenly appeared a few months ago. Before that, there was no trace of him, but his information has been falsified. As for who this person is, our subordinates are looking for him, hoping to have a deeper understanding of his identity. According to the information we have now, he is also at the top of that level, but he is a bit ruthless. Elder Su's grandson was killed by the disciple of Immortal Blood Dragon. Immortal Xuanwu, Master Shi Longxin, Priestess Heartless, and Sword God Yu Qingshan are jointly setting up the 4 spirits, demon-subduing formation to subdue this person. The strong man in black introduced. The 5 old men looked at each other, and one of them said, As far as I know, he has some relationship with Dongfang Bo. That's true. According to the report of our subordinates, it was this person who cured Mr. Dongfang's strange disease in his previous life. However, that strange disease is probably caused by Blood Dragon Immortal. His purpose is to get close to the Dongfang family and achieve his ulterior motives. That's why we cooperate with the Su family this time and give them the greatest help. The muscular man in black said, How high do you think this guy's cultivation base is? Do we have an 80% chance of success? An old man said slowly. The person he was talking to was the group of middle-aged men in the room. Their bodies emitted the aura of cultivators, but they were only at the 4th rank of qi refining. One of the middle-aged men, whose cultivation was the strongest and closest to the 5th rank of qi refining, frowned and said, Blood Dragon Immortal is the top master of our generation. Granny Ling and the other 2 are only slightly weaker than him. These 4 people all respect him as their master. I'm afraid that his cultivation base is at least not weaker than that of Black Tortoise Immortal or even stronger. However, since Black Tortoise Immortal took the lead in setting up the formation, and with the help of Priestess Heartless and the other 2 righteous masters, it shouldn't be difficult to suppress him. Since Taoist Shifeng has said so, we just need to watch the show. This kind of unruly person is indeed not suitable to exist in our country, an old man said lightly. But the means are too despicable. The Su family and the Zhang family seem to have arrested more than a dozen people who have nothing to do with this matter. At this time, among the 4 or 5 old men, the skinny old man, who had not spoken, frowned and said, He was less than 6 meters tall. Old Lin, I know that you have a good relationship with Dongfang Bo normally. I don't agree with this, but Suwin is dead. This guy used to greet us during the New Year's festival, and he is a disciple of a prominent family. Can you guarantee that he won't hurt the disciples of our families in the future? An old man sneered. Old Lin sighed and did not speak again. At present, the group of people in the room could be said to be a small half of the high-level people in Huaxia. If he had not been here because of the death of his grandson and the fact that the head of the Su family had been sent to the hospital out of anger, the power of these people would have been even more terrifying. He's coming. Immortal Xianwu and the other three looked at each other with a dignified look in their eyes. The disciples hiding nearby were ready to take action at any time. Why is there only one person? Why have an immortal blood dragon and the others arrived? A trace of doubt flashed in Yu Qingshan's eyes. It's a pity that we can't catch them all at once. The corners of Priestess' heartless mouth curled into a sneer. At this moment, the door slowly opened, and Ningqi walked into the garden like a leisurely stroll. He glanced around, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. White Tiger, real spirit. With a loud shout, Yu Qingshan took the lead to attack. His sword momentum was as fast as lightning. At the same time, the formation under his feet was affected by his qi. A white tiger phantom roared and slashed toward Ningqi with sword momentum. Is this the horror of cultivators? Upon seeing this white tiger silhouette, Zhang Shan, Su Yang, Zhang Fei Wu Hao, and the others were all taken aback. There was no need to mention Yu Qingfeng and the others. Although they had seen some of the techniques of cultivators at the banquet, they had never seen a white tiger silhouette appearing out of thin air like this. It was like a scene from a movie, so they were shocked. The white tiger real spirit, which was 30 feet long and 15 feet tall, was about to pounce in front of Ningqi. Behind it was Yu Qingshan's sword. White tiger, haha. Ningqi chuckled. The immortal qi in his body surged, and in an instant, a white tiger that was more than 10 times taller than his opponent appeared. He swallowed the white tiger real spirit in one gulp. Yu Qingshan's eyes were originally filled with a trace of ferocity, but after seeing this scene, it suddenly turned into horror. However, he could no longer control his sword momentum, and could only bite the bullet and stab toward Ningqi. Ningqi reached out and grabbed the sword. With a gentle pull, Yu Qingshan was brought in front of him. Then he grabbed Yu Qingshan's neck and smiled at Immortal Xianwu and the others. You've prepared so much, but this is all you can do? How could this be? Not only had the white tiger real spirit been swallowed, but Yu Qingshan had also been captured without a single move. Shi Longxin and Priestess Heartless were horrified. The next moment, Immortal Xianwu shouted, "3 spirits come out together!" Chapter 1557. Chapter 1557. Inch. What are you waiting for? The black tortoise immortal shouted loudly. This voice was like spring thunder, awakening the group of disciples who were shocked by Yu Qingshan's death, especially the disciples of the Divine Sword sect. They were filled with grief and indignation. They attacked angrily, and the spirit qi in the world was instantly drawn, converging into a large river, sweeping towards Ningqi. Roar! The 3 spirits that Ningqi had transformed into swallowed the 3 spirits that were several sizes smaller than him. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the rest of the attacks. Crack! With a crisp sound, a piece of jade in the eye of the formation was instantly shattered into powder. The 4 spirits, demon, subduing formation, was broken. The black tortoise immortal, Master Shi Longxin, and Priestess Heartless stood there dumbfounded. In the room, Zhang Shan and the others who saw this scene through the French window were also stunned. Somewhere in the courtyard, Old Lin and the others looked at each other speechlessly. Who are you? Do you dare to tell us your name? The black tortoise stared coldly at Ningqi as a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He was well aware of the power of the 4-soul demon subduing formation. Even if he were to face this formation, he would not be able to win. At the very most, he would be able to keep his life. However, the other party had broken through their formation so easily. This level of strength had far surpassed all of them. Evil spirit, are you from the orthodox sects? Ningqi looked at the black tortoise immortal and the others, amused. Evil spirit, I am Priestess Heartless, the leader of the Amaze sect. Everyone here is a descendant of a famous sect. Today you killed the leader of the divine sword sect, which is a heinous crime. If you surrender now, we will spare your life. Otherwise, Priestess Heartless looked at Ning Chi coldly. Oh, a righteous sect would kidnap people and threaten them. Ning Chi asked with a smile. Priestess Heartless knew what he was referring to, but she still looked righteous. To deal with evil spirits like you, we must use extreme means. No one can blame us. Then why don't you experts from the Orthodox sects come and suppress me? I'll stand here. Well, I'll let you use one hand first. Ning Chi smiled and put his right hand behind his back. Reverend Black Tortoise, Shirlongxin, and Priestess Heartless exchanged a glance, but none of them dared to attack Ning Chi. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled into a faint mocking smile. Righteous path? Ha ha ha! A trace of shame and anger flashed across everyone's faces. Then Priestess Heartless shouted angrily and suddenly stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Ning Chi. Hand over your life. Go! Reverend Black Tortoise shouted coldly, together with Shirlongxin. The three of them arrived in front of Ning Chi almost at the same time. Righteous path, right? Ning Chi waved his hand, and Priestess Heartless immediately fell to the ground. You're also on the righteous path, right? Another slap. Shirlongxin also fell to the ground. You're also a F** king member of the righteous path. Venerable Black Tortoise wanted to dodge another slap, but it was impossible for him to do so. He felt the back of his head being hit by a huge force, and he fell to the ground. The three of them were in an ugly position. Their heads were basically in the ground, and only their bodies were outside. Their butts were in the air. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and shiver all over. No one knew if they were knocked out by Ning Chi's slap, but the three of them showed no signs of struggling. Seeing this, the nearby disciples stood there in fear, not knowing what to do. Ning Beixian, don't do anything stupid. Your classmates, your women, and your relatives are all in my hands now. If you dare to do anything stupid, I'll kill them directly. A somewhat panicked voice was heard. Ning Chi looked up and saw Yu Qingfeng and the others being detained in front of the half-opened floor-to-ceiling window. Behind them, there was a gunman pointing a gun at their heads. Ning Chi's eyes fell on Zhongshan, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint mocking smile. Zhongshan, is this all you can think of now? Even his biggest backer wasn't a match for Ning Chi. Zhongshan was already in despair. At this moment, he didn't care about his dignity anymore, and a crazed expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, this is all I have. What can you do to me? Ning Beixian, do you want their lives or your own? Kneel and kowtow. As long as I'm satisfied, I'll let one of them go. Zhang Feiyu said coldly. You Ling are you guys done playing? Ning Chi sighed. Everyone was slightly stunned, and they all looked at Lil. Young master, we just want to see these people's shocked expressions, Yu Zichen said. Lil, you smiled. Could it be? An extremely terrifying thought rose in Zhang Shan's mind. Before he could react, the heads of all the gunmen present exploded like fireworks. Pooh! Piu! Piu! The lifeless corpses crashed to the ground. In an instant, other than Zhang Shan, Zhang Feiyu, Suyang, Wu Hao, Gu Fei, and the others who were still alive, everyone else was dead. At this moment, the dormitory manager, Hua Lang, walked straight toward Zhang Shan. Miao Li, who had been following behind Zhang Shan silently, took a step forward subconsciously and was sent flying by Hua Lang. She hung on the wall with blood flowing out of her mouth and nose. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to survive. What the? Yu Qingfeng mumbled to himself, dumbfounded. You guys! Zhang Shan looked fearfully at Hua Lang, who was walking towards him. Suddenly, he took out a handgun and shot a few times. In the end, everyone saw the bullets fly in front of Hua Lang, unable to move an inch and hover in midair. Hua Lang walked past the bullets and stood in front of Zhang Shan. Not only Zhang Shan, but even Zhang Feiyu, Su Yang, and the rest all knelt on the ground. They felt like there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them, and they almost couldn't breathe. "Young master, it's done." "Little you are made in okay," gestured to Ningqi. Peerless twins called boss young master? They're maids." Yu Qingfeng and the rest were dumbfounded. This was even harder to accept than the battle between Ningqi and Black Tortoise Enlightened Master. "Sect Master, what should we do with this group of people?" Unknowingly, Fang Shu and Fang Qin had appeared on both sides of Ningqi. Their gazes fell on the disciples brought by Black Tortoise Enlightened Master and the rest with a hint of mockery. "Kill them," Ningqi said indifferently. "Yes." The two girls sneered. They were like tigers that had entered a pen of sheep. Cries of terror rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the major sects were killed by the two girls. The one who ran the fastest could only touch the corner of the courtyard wall. Hiss! In a certain courtyard house in the capital, a collective gasp sounded. Everyone looked at the screen in disbelief. Because it was directly connected to the satellite in the sky, they could see everything clearly at a glance. From the start of Ningqi's attack to the end, the Su and Zhang families' arrangements were all destroyed in just half a minute. At this time, they suddenly saw the person in the monitor look up at them, and then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the screen disappeared without a trace. The burly man in black was sweating profusely. Finally, he murmured in disbelief, "The Expedition 1 satellite has been cut in two. What kind of supernatural means is this?" Chapter 1558. Ning, Ning, Ning. Seeing Ningqi walking toward him, Zhang Shan forced a smile on his face. However, he was extremely nervous inside and kept stuttering. "Don't mess around, my Su family." Just as Su Yang opened his mouth, his head was smashed into his chest. Little Yue smiled at Ningqi and said, "Young master, this guy has bad intentions. He deserves to die." "Yeah." Ningqi nodded nonchalantly. This scene was too shocking for Yu Qingfeng and the others. They had never thought that the two beauties of Tianhai University, whom they had almost no interaction with, would take a life with a single move. Seeing this scene, Wu Hao was so scared that he almost fainted. "Your biggest trump card is that guy, right?" Ningqi stood in front of Zhang Shan and pouted at the Black Tortoise Masters, but Zhang Shan smiled and said, "Ning Ning, we can talk this out. You want the shares of my Arctic Mountain group? No problem, I'll give them all to you." "What? You want to buy your life with shares?" Ningqi smiled. Yes. What do you think, Ning? Although the Arctic Mountain Group has suffered some losses recently, its market value is still over 700 billion. Zhang Shan smiled. "Weren't you threatening me with the lives of these people just now? Why did you change so quickly?" Ningqi smiled. "Winner takes all. Since Ningqi is stronger than me, I will naturally admit defeat," Zhang Shan said. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This guy changed his attitude so quickly that they were convinced. Zhang Feiyu and the others lowered their heads, not daring to speak. "Zhang Shan, when you pushed me off the cliff, you probably didn't think that I would one day stand in front of you again, right?" Ningqi smiled. "Pushed you off the cliff? Ningqi, you must be joking." You are?" Zhang Shan looked at Ningqi as if he had seen a ghost. "Zhang Shan, he is Ningqi." Qin Peng's group of 3 walked over to Zhang Shan. Qin Peng looked down at Zhang Shan, who was kneeling on the ground. Qin Peng's face was filled with delight. It was this fellow who had caused him to be bedridden for over 10 years. He had caused his originally happy family to become incomparably difficult. Now that his enemies had completely lost, Qin Peng was naturally incomparably happy. He even wanted to throw his head back and laugh. "Ningqi, impossible. I saw your corpse with my own eyes. Impossible. You lied to me." Zhang Shan couldn't believe it and shook his head frantically. "Then you should remember this face, right?" Ningqi's face changed slightly in front of Zhongshan, although it was only for a breath of time. It scared Zhongshan so much that he fainted. Ning Qi patted him lightly, and Zhongshan was able to breathe smoothly. He didn't die on the spot. Don't die so quickly. The show has only just begun. Ning Qi laughed. Are you a human or a ghost? Zhongshan looked at Ning Qi in horror. Zhang Feiyu also seemed to understand something. She looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of disbelief. On the contrary, Yu Qingfeng and others were a little confused. From where they stood, they couldn't see the change of Ning Qi's appearance just now. Naturally, they didn't understand why Zhongshan suddenly looked so frightened. Whether you are a human or a ghost, I'm here to find you today, Ning Qi said faintly, and then gave an order to Hua Lang. Hua Lang asked Zhongshan and others to sit on the sofa. At the same time, a stream of immortal qi sprayed out and fell on Yu Qingfeng and others. They suddenly felt calm, and some of the minor injuries they had suffered during this period also recovered in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi, when will I kill this beast with my own hands? Qin Peng asked Ning Qi. Don't worry, time will come soon. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Zhongshan, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help trembling. Zhang Feiyu, Wu Hao, Gu Fei, and others were even more frightened. They didn't know what Ning Qi was going to show them next. Not long after, the LCD screen in the hall suddenly flashed, and the appearance of Blood Dragon Immortal appeared. Master, we've already found out that Zhongshan was born in a village in a coastal city. After he made his fortune, he brought all his relatives and friends out and arranged them into various positions in the Arctic mountain group. There are 33 direct relatives and 149 collateral relatives. What the hell do you want to do? Zhongshan looked at Ning Qi in shock. Except for Black Tortoise Immortal, no one else knew about the existence of his relatives. Even Zhang Feiyu didn't know, but now they were all exposed by Ning Qi. Zhang Feiyu was also shocked. She looked at Zhongshan. She never knew that there were so many relatives and friends in the Zhang family. Don't worry, Ning Qi smiled. Then, Granny Ling's figure also appeared on the screen. Master, 8 direct relatives and 39 collateral relatives of the Wu family have all been caught. Dad! Mom! Wu Hao sat up from the sofa, and then he was pressed back by a force. He looked at the screen in horror and then looked at Ning Qi. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to my family? As the saying goes, don't hurt your family. But since you want to hurt my relatives and friends, I will naturally give you a taste of your own medicine. Ning Qi smiled. Suddenly, Gu Fei and others had a bad feeling. They were all determined to be on the same side as Zhang Feiyu. If Wu Hao's family was caught, then sure enough, messages kept coming from the screen. Gu Fei and others suddenly collapsed on the sofa, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. Master, a total of 328 people. Blood Dragon Immortal said to Ning Qi after he finished counting. Well, send them away first. Ning Qi said lightly. Devil. Zhongshan and others shouted. Ning Qi was unmoved. Yu Qingfeng and others were also very afraid. They were shocked by Ning Qi's current means. Did he kill 328 people just like that? Hua Lang's figure suddenly moved. When he appeared again, Black Tortoise Immortal, Shi Longxin, and Priestess Heartless were already kneeling in front of Ning Qi. No matter how hard they tried, they could not stand up. Young master, these 3 people are going to escape. Hua Lang sneered. Why? I can understand them. Black Tortoise Immortal, the Zhang family is your blood. Why do you want to escape? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The 3 people looked at Ning Qi with gloomy faces, but they could not even say a word. Master, all 328 people have been killed. Blood Dragon Immortal's voice sounded again. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped. Gu Fei, Wu Hao, and others even burst into tears. Your family has gone first. Don't live in this world. Hua Lang, send them to hell. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Before Hua Lang took action, Qin Peng had already appeared in front of Zhang Shan. His fists fell on Zhang Shan like raindrops. Zhang Shan was directly beaten to death in front of everyone. Dad. Zhang Feiyu's face was full of tears, and her eyes were full of regret. Boss! Chen Shoujuan suddenly summoned up his courage and said, Fourth brother, do you want to plead for Zhang Feiyu? But this kind of woman is vicious and cold-hearted. She may not appreciate it. Ning Qi said with a smile, Spare her life, I beg you. Chen Shoujuan looked pleading. Hua Lang suddenly looked at Ning Qi with a look of inquiry in his eyes. Slap. Chen Shoujuan's body collapsed on the sofa. Feng Qin said lightly, How can the enemies of the sect master be spared? Send them to hell. Ning Qi said lightly. Yes. Hua Lang sneered. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhang Feiyu and the others died one after another. Their souls came out of their bodies in a daze. With a thought, Ning Qi collected Zhang Shan's and Zhang Feiyu's souls. As for the others, he crushed them with a snap of his fingers. Let's go. Take fourth brother with us. Hua Lang, stay here and clean up. If anyone comes to ask, kill them directly. Chapter 1559. Chapter 1559. Chapter 1559. Breakthrough. Not long after Ning Qi and the others left, a group of black-clothed men carefully surrounded the place. Chief, shall we go in now? A black-clothed man who seemed to be the leader said in a low voice. In a room in a courtyard house, the black-clothed brawny man nodded when he heard his subordinate's question. Go in, but be careful. Don't get into any conflict with the people inside. If anyone is alive, rescue them first. Yes. More than 20 black-clothed men climbed over the walls and entered the villa. However, in an instant, they lost contact with the outside world. No matter how the black-clothed man called out, no one answered. Hee. Since things have come to this, I think we should just forget about it. Old Man Lin said with a mocking expression. That fellow is an old monster who has lived for God knows how many years. If you continue to provoke him, you might lose your life. Elder Lin's words make sense. I think we should put this matter aside for now, someone agreed. Very quickly, Old Man Lin's decision received the approval of many, but 2 elders disagreed. Send the army over. No matter what, we must kill this person. Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock, a message arrived. After the brawny man in black heard this, he turned to the crowd with a pale face and said, The Su family. 73 people all died of heart attacks. What? When the 2 old men who insisted on killing Ning Qi heard this, they hurriedly covered their chests. Then one of them said in a low voice, The Zhou family will not participate in this matter. My Lu clan will not participate either. The other old man also expressed his stance. The shock on their faces had yet to fade. Sect annihilation. This was the annihilation of the entire clan. Since ancient times, there had been talk of family extermination, but in the current era, such things rarely happened. Occasionally, it would only happen to a few direct descendants. But this time, there were 73 members of the Su family, and even the collateral family members were included. Their deaths were definitely related to that terrifying existence. Who would dare to take the risk of having their entire family exterminated and meddle in this matter? As for what would happen in the future, he could only slowly negotiate with them. It had been a few years since the last incident. Yu Qingfeng and the others had also graduated. After that day, they had never seen Ning Qi and the others again. Yu Qingfeng and Wu Wenhui got married after graduation, but Lin Jun and Yang Zhen did not go to the end. On this day, the 3 of them were sitting in a coffee shop, talking and laughing. Not long after, 2 figures walked in. You guys are early, Chen Shoujuan said with a grin. The 3 of them laughed and said, You and your wife are late. Today's meal is on you. No problem. Chen Shoujuan smiled and nodded. After a few years, he was no longer as young and inexperienced as before. However, the gazes of the three of them tacitly fell on the female companion that Chen Shoujuan brought. Feiyu, have a seat. Chen Shoujuan pulled out a stool and smiled at Zhang Feiyu in an extremely gentlemanly manner. Yu Qingfeng and the other two had a strange look on their faces. They knew that Zhang Feiyu had died that day, but in the blink of an eye, she had reappeared in the blink of an eye. Moreover, she seemed to have forgotten the past. Chen Shoujuan had fainted that day and did not see this scene with his own eyes. He thought that Ning Qi had really spared Zhang Feiyu's life, so he immediately launched a frenzied pursuit and quickly won her over. Now they were married. Zhang Feiyu smiled at everyone, but a stream of data suddenly flashed in her eyes, causing her movements to freeze for a moment. It was only 0.1 seconds, so no one noticed anything wrong with her. Yu Qingfeng and the other two also blamed Ning Qi for Zhang Feiyu's reappearance. Since they were already used to it, the three of them accepted Zhang Feiyu as a member of their small circle. Sigh, I wonder where Boss is now. It's like he has disappeared. Yu Qingfeng suddenly sighed. An existence like Boss has always been elusive. You don't have to worry. We will definitely meet again in the future. Lin Jun comforted. That's true. Anyway, when Boss wants to appear, he will naturally appear. Yu Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Ning Qi, who Yu Qingfeng and the others were worried about, was now in a place with extremely beautiful feng shui. He had built a large house. There were mountains and rivers here, but very few people lived there. There were only 2 villages with less than 100 people. However, the villagers rarely came to the back mountain. Other than the dangerous road, they also knew that some important person lived in the back mountain, so they didn't dare to disturb him. In the past few years, Ning Qi had been spending most of his time in the top-grade cultivation training ground. Occasionally, he would come out to rest for a day or two and spend some time with the sacred concubine, Cold Sky. Her belly had grown a little bigger every year, and the aura of the little fellow inside had also become stronger and stronger. However, the day of birth was still far away. In the top-grade cultivation training ground. After Ning Qi had his revenge, he had been cultivating here on and off for more than 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, he had been constantly using Dragon Slayer crystals to exchange for immortal herbs and spirit medicines to refine 8th grade Supreme Grand Restore pills. Although he couldn't advance until he completed the advancement mission, he could still cultivate the imprisonment dragon elephant art. After countless elixirs and 1,000 years of accumulation, Ning Qi's imprisonment dragon elephant art was finally showing signs of breaking through to the 6th layer. There are still more than 6 years before the immortal bestowal formation opens. Fortunately, I prepared enough Dragon Slayer crystals. Otherwise, it might not be enough this time. Ning Qi secretly rejoiced in his heart. The people on Earth had too low in value. After all, it was not a world of cultivators. If he wanted to obtain Dragon Slayer crystals from them, he would probably have to kill tens of thousands of people. Ning Qi was not a murderous demon king, and this was his hometown. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing. Fortunately, the Dragon Slayer crystals he had collected were enough for his daily cultivation, at least until the immortal bestowal formation opened and he returned to the central continent. Roar! A golden dragon shot out from Taishang Laojuan's cauldron, and one Grand Supreme Grand Restore pill after another flew out. There were at least 30 to 50 of them. Ning Qi opened his mouth and swallowed them all. The immortal qi in his body surged, and under Ning Qi's control, he tried to break through the bottleneck of the imprisonment dragon elephant art 6th layer. However, the bottleneck of the imprisonment dragon elephant art 6th layer was naturally not so easy to break through. After the effects of the elixir had worn off, Ning Qi started to refine elixirs again, and the Dragon Slayer crystals continued to decrease. This went on for more than 300 years. Finally, one day, Ning Qi felt blessed. With a slight move of his mind, there seemed to be a popping sound coming from his body. Then the immortal qi that was several times thicker than before surged out and surged around Ning Qi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the imprisonment Dragon Elephant Art's 6th layer. The system's notification sounded. The imprisonment Dragon Elephant Art was the primary principle. After breaking through the primary principle, the other 33 secondary principles also broke through, and their power increased greatly. Ning Qi's figure flashed, and he sped into the distance. A second later, he returned to his original position. It only took a breath's time for him to go back and forth, but Ning Qi had traveled nearly 80,000 miles. When I break through to the creation realm, I will be able to travel 90,000 miles in an instant. Chapter 1560. Ning Qi's aptitude was neither bad nor good. After more than 1,000 years of cultivation, coupled with countless Taishan Grand Restore pills, he had only managed to break through to the 6th layer of heaven. Ning Qi believed that there were definitely people in this world with better aptitude than him. However, they did not have Ning Qi's various means. In the real world, only 3 years had passed. Did anyone come to disturb us in the past few months? After leaving the top-grade training ground, Ning Qi saw the Saint Concubine playing with a little yellow dog that she had recently adopted. Chuckling, he walked up to her and picked her up. The Saint Concubine was so frightened that her body trembled, and the little yellow dog barked at Ning Qi, who had sneak attacked its master. "Little Yellow, shut up!" The Saint Concubine shouted in a low voice. The little yellow dog quickly shut its mouth. "This dog is quite intelligent. You fed it some dawn, right? It's almost a first-rank demonic beast." Ning Qi smiled. "I'm bored. Since we're fated to meet, I might as well give it some luck. Maybe it can become a monster in the future." The Saint Concubine hugged Ning Qi's neck and smiled. "Shame on you." Little Yu appeared out of nowhere, looking at the two with dissatisfaction. Ning Qi didn't mind, but the Saint Concubine blushed. She knew what little Yu was thinking, but seeing that Ning Qi didn't have any interest in her, she didn't say anything. Recently, no one came to visit. Those guys know that you only want to focus on cultivation. Ever since the Su clan was annihilated, they've been a lot more obedient. Even the villagers here were warned not to disturb us. The Saint Concubine smiled. "What about Li Xian? How's her cultivation progress?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. Both Li Xian and Sacred Concubine cultivated the prison, suppressing Dragon Elephant Art. When Ning Qi wasn't around, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky would answer his questions about cultivation. In addition, Li Xian and Sacred Concubine Cold Sky had known each other for a long time, so their relationship was very good. He is currently undertaking a retreat. He should be able to break through to the Do Huang class very soon. Sacred Concubine Han Tian laughed. She sighed emotionally in her heart. Back then, she had trained for a countless number of years and had finally reached the Do Zone class after much difficulty. Now, an ordinary girl was only half a step away from entering the Do Huang class after training for a short 3 years. This speed was many times faster than what she had trained in back then. Moreover, due to the special nature of the suppressing dragon elephant skill, her foundation was extremely stable. If she had trained in other qi methods and consumed medicinal pills, it was likely that she would have broken through to the Do Dan class. "Oh, that's true. Since we have nothing better to do, why don't you come with me to see a senior in my family? Under his witness, we can get married." Ning Qi laughed. Now that his dragon elephant art had broken through to the 6th layer, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 7th layer in a short period of time. Now, all he had to do was wait for the time to open the Immortal Bestowal Formation, complete the advancement mission, and break through to the Creator Realm. In the meantime, he wanted to use the customs of Huaxia to organize a wedding with the Sage Concubine. The Saint Concubine looked at Ning Qi with excitement in her eyes. Young master is getting married. The saint concubine is getting married. Fang Qin and Fang Shu's eyes and ears were extremely sharp. At this moment, they suddenly appeared beside the saint concubine, their faces filled with wild joy. On the other hand, little Yu was a little sullen. Zueling was naive and innocent, but she had cultivated for more than 100 years. Her mind had long since matured. Seeing that little Yu was unhappy, she could only step forward and hold her hand, casting a comforting glance at her. Ning Qi's wedding was bound to be a grand event. Apart from Hualang helping out with some chores, contacting the private plane, and the hotel, little Yu, Zueling, Fang Qin and Fang Shu all volunteered to be the saint concubine's bridesmaids. Perhaps sensing Ning Qi's movements, the other side specially sent someone to ask Hualang. After learning that Ning Qi was getting married, that person hurriedly thanked him and left. What? That fiend is getting married? After a few years, the black-robed man's face had aged a bit, but his body was still full of vitality. When he learned that Ning Qi was getting married, he was stunned. "Chief, what should we do about this?" One of his subordinates asked. The black-robed man's expression turned angry. "What do you mean, what should we do? His marriage has nothing to do with us." "Yes." The subordinate turned around and left. "Wait," the black-robed man said with a forced expression. "Send some people over to guard, lest some blind people provoke that guy. If that fiend gets angry, who knows how many innocent people will die." "Yes, Chief." After the subordinate left, the black-robed man muttered to himself. "If he gets married, should I prepare some congratulatory gifts?" Tianhai City. The original Arctic Mountain Group had already been placed under Ning Qi's name, becoming the Aries Group. This name was originally not allowed to be registered, but someone from the top automatically notified them, and it was approved. Naturally, the Arctic Mountain Hotel was also renamed. This was the first place Ning Qi and the others stayed after returning to this place. The saint concubine had chosen this place as her maiden home. When the wedding began, Ning Qi would pick up the saint concubine from this place. There was a helipad on the top floor of the hotel, so there was no need to worry about traffic. Before this, Ning Qi brought the saint concubine to meet Chun Peng's family of 3. These 3 people had opened a martial arts dojo in Tianhai City, and business was very prosperous. The disciples under them were all juniors of Tianhai City, and there were even more than a dozen youths from Beijing who came to learn from them. Walking into the martial arts dojo, a group of people was watching Chen Yan practice. Her cultivation was at the peak of the body forging realm, and her punches were powerful. The students all cheered and cheered. "Uncle!" Chen Yan suddenly stopped and looked at the door with a look of surprise. "Uncle?" Everyone quickly turned their heads. When they saw Ning Qi, a few people's expressions changed drastically, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. However, their eyes flashed with surprise. "Hee, you have more than 100 disciples. Now everyone is saying that you are a Valkyrie." Ning Qi laughed. Chen Yan quickly walked forward. Seeing Ning Qi teasing her, a trace of shyness flashed in her eyes. Her gaze fell on the saint concubine. "This is Fang Lingming. She and I are about to get married." Ning Qi smiled. Chen Yan was shocked. Such a celestial being was also getting married? Moreover, his partner wasn't Liexan, nor was it the peerless duo. It was actually a woman she had never seen before. "Where are your parents?" "This time, I plan to ask them to come with me to meet Uncle." Ning Qi laughed. "They are in the office. I will go call them." Chen Yan hurriedly nodded and turned to leave. Are you the chairman of the Aries Corporation, Mr. Ning Beixian?" A few youths who looked no older than 17 or 18 years old gathered their courage and walked in front of Ning Qi. They didn't dare to look at the saint concubine at all. "You are." Ning Qi glanced at them indifferently. Chapter 1561. Chapter 1561. Chapter 1561 Hometown. After a round of self-introductions, Ningqi learned that these people were like Su Wen, children of prominent families in the capital. They were respectively the Lin family, the Zhao family, and the Qin family. They were said to be allies of the Dongfang family. But Ningqi knew very well that these allies probably only appeared after the Su family was destroyed. At this time, Qin Peng was already walking towards Ningqi with a smile on his face. "What do you want?" Ningqi said lightly. We want to take Mr. Ning as our master." Those youths looked worshipfully at Ningqi. News of what had happened in the capital several years ago had gradually spread. At the start, everyone had thought that there would be a storm of blood. After all, the 4 strongest experts of the righteous path had died at Ningqi's hands. In the end, they hadn't expected Ningqi to stay in a ravine for several years without making any movements. Later, the Dongfang family collected a lot of criminal evidence about the Arctic mountain group, as well as the evidence that the Su family had joined hands with a mortal blood dragon to deal with the Dongfang family, which made people gradually speculate that Ningqi was not a master of evil. But the Zhang family and the Su family were blind and kicked an iron plate. Since then, many families had chosen to form an alliance with the Dongfang family. At the same time, after learning that Chen Peng's family of 3 had opened a martial arts dojo, they had sent their most intelligent disciples to come over and ask them to be apprenticed to Ningqi. They hadn't expected to see Ningqi's real body today, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this extremely rare opportunity. "Take me as your master? There's no need. Just follow Chan Yan and learn some martial arts. You'll benefit from it for the rest of your life." Ningqi chuckled. "Beishian I have 4 bridesmaids. 2 of your university friends are already married, and Lin Jun is the only one left. I still need 3 groomsmen. I think the 3 of them are very decent. Why don't you let them be your groomsmen?" Saint Consort Cold Sky said with a smile. When Lin Zihan and the other 2 heard this, their eyes immediately lit up and they looked at Ningqi expectantly. "Oh!" Ningqi pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That's good too." From the beginning to the end, he did not ask Lin Zihan and the other 2. But after the 3 of them received Ningqi's approval, they were overjoyed. To them, being able to be Ningqi's groomsmen was already more than enough to complete the task assigned by their families. If the 2nd generation in the capital knew that the 3 of them were so ecstatic to be the groomsmen, they would definitely be shocked. Old classmate, cousin. Qin Peng and Wang Nan looked at Ningqi with pleasant surprise. Qin Yan must have told them about it. Their gazes, then, fell on Saint Concubine Cold Sky. Both of them nodded and smiled at each other. "Qin Yan should have already told you that uncle has been taking body-forging pills in the past few years. He should be very healthy, right?" Ningqi laughed. "That's only natural. He's extremely healthy, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a cow with 1 punch." Qin Peng laughed. "Then I'm relieved. If he sees me again, at least he won't die of anger." Ningqi laughed. "Cousin, Dad isn't angry anymore. He keeps saying that he wants to see you, but we haven't told him yet. We're afraid that you might have other plans." Wang Nan said, "Then let's go and meet Uncle." Ningqi smiled. Lin Zihan and the other 2 had planned to follow them back to their hometown, but Ningqi glanced at them and they gave up on the idea, staying in the dojo obediently. Only Ningqi, the Saint Concubine, and Chen Peng's family of 3 sat in the same Wuling Hongguang, driven by number 1. Number 2 was temporarily commandeered by Hua Lang and the others to prepare for the wedding. The Wuling Hongguang was very fast, and it kept overtaking other cars on the highway. Seeing this, some sports cars subconsciously wanted to compete with it, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see the Wuling Hongguang. It was a large SUV. Lu Dong had long graduated from Tianhai University. Now he had inherited his father's business and became a senior manager in the family business. At this moment, he was taking his family to the beautiful Beishuiying for a trip. "Honey, look at that van." In the passenger seat, Lu Dong's wife suddenly exclaimed. Lu Dong fixed his eyes on it, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Honey, what's wrong with you? What kind of van is that? It's so fast. We're driving 120, aren't we? Lu Dong's wife looked at the dashboard. Van, Lu Dong's eyes revealed a deep look of reminiscence. Let me tell you, more than 3 years ago, I once saw a van with a machine gun on it. Papa is telling stories again. Lu Dong's son, who was born in the second year of university, was now 3 years old. At this moment, hearing Lu Dong's words, he clapped his hands happily while his little daughter babbled. Beishuiyang. This was a place with extremely beautiful scenery around Tianhai City. Many city dwellers would choose to come here to play when they were bored on weekends, especially during summer vacation. This place was very famous for its thrilling drifting. There were several small villages located here, and the villagers lived off the mountains. After Beishuiyang was developed, they opened shops to sell food, drinks, and entertainment to tourists. The van slowly drove in. There are so many changes here that I can't even recognize it. Ning Qi looked out of the window and said with a smile, Yes, more than 10 years ago, a boss took a fancy to this place and jointly developed it with the government. Now it's completely different from when we were in junior high school. The cement roads, cement steps, all kinds of pavilions, sculptures, and every old house has been specially renovated. It looks antique and beautiful. Qin Peng said with a smile. Our family is no exception. Wang Nan took over the conversation. Some time ago, a developer came to take a look. He was going to buy our land and build a summer resort. Is there such a thing? Will they lose a lot of money? Ning Qi said with a smile. It's useless no matter how much money they have. The old man won't sell it. A developer came as early as 10 years ago. If they had sold it back then, life would have been much better. Qin Peng sighed. Dad, if the land is sold, where will Grandpa live? Will he be able to get used to living in Tianhai City? Qin Yan curled her lips. I'm just saying. Qin Peng smiled embarrassedly. He had once complained about it. After all, with their family situation back then, if they sold the land, their life would have improved a lot. At least, they wouldn't have to beg Grandpa and Grandma to borrow money for Chen Yan's tuition. We're here. Huh. Why are there so many people? Chen Peng was delighted at first, but then he frowned slightly. In front of a house not far away, there were more than 20 people standing densely. There was even an excavator there. It's a shameless dog. Dad might be in danger. Chen Peng suddenly saw a familiar face in the crowd, and his expression changed slightly. Everyone immediately got out of the car and walked over. Old man Wang, I'll give you another chance on account of the time I spent with your nephew, Ning Qi. Will you sign this agreement or not? Chapter 1562. Chapter 1562. Chapter 1562. Arrest, mangy dog. This old man will not sell this piece of land. No matter how many people you bring today, it's useless. This old man is standing right here. If you want to destroy this old man's house, then take this old man with you. The old man with the cane looked at Wang Gu'er calmly. Wang Gu'er was a native of the Whitewater Sea and was about the same age as Ning Qi and Qin Peng. When he was young, he had followed Ning Qi around. Later, when Ning Qi dropped out of school and began to mingle in the underworld, he had become quite successful. Wang Gu'er had even wanted to follow Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi had long since noticed his sinister nature and didn't like him very much, so he hadn't taken him with him. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, Wang Gu'er would become the local village chief? Old man Wang, don't be so shameless. Do you think you can call me by my nickname? Wang Gu'er was exasperated. His real name was indeed Wang Gu'er, but that nickname was something kids used to call him. The first person to call him by that nickname was Ning Qi, and in the end, everyone called him by that nickname. It wasn't until recent years, when his status was different, that gradually no one dared to call him that. Ning Chi can call me that. I'm his uncle. Why can't I call him that? Old man Wang looked at Wang Gu'er coldly. Ning Chi. He learned from others to mingle in the underworld, and now his life and death are unknown for more than 10 years. To think that he didn't listen to me when I tried to persuade him out of goodwill. You only have a crippled son-in-law left in your family, and you still dare to be unreasonable in front of me? A few of you politely dragged this old man to the side. We'll demolish the house first. Wang Gu'er snorted coldly. Village Chief Wang, this is not good. Although our Jinyuan group wants to take over this land, we only intend to negotiate. The owner hasn't signed the contract yet. If we demolish it, it will not be good for us. A middle-aged man in a suit frowned. Manager Wu, don't worry. I, Wang Gu'er, have the final say here. Wang Gu'er patted his chest. Seeing that his men hadn't moved, he glared at them. What are you waiting for? Yes. The young men immediately walked towards Old Man Wang. Who dares to touch my father-in-law? A thunderous roar rang out, causing everyone to shiver in fear. They all turned to look at the source of the voice, and Wang Gu'er was shocked. Chen Peng? Your leg? Ever since Chen Peng obtained the body-forging pill, he had asked Qin Yan to come back once. So even Old Man Wang didn't know that his legs had recovered. After all, he didn't plan to expose Ning Chi's existence. If Old Man Wang knew that he could walk, he would definitely break the pot and get to the bottom of it. This old man was just that stubborn. Old Man Wang was slightly taken aback. He looked at Chen Peng in disbelief, then at Wang Nan and Qin Yan. After confirming that they were his daughter and granddaughter, he was certain that this young man was his crippled son-in-law who had been bedridden for more than 10 years. Mangy dog, you sure have guts. You brought so many people here. Are you planning to demolish it by force? After the group of people walked to Old Man Wang, Qin Peng sneered. Ning Chi and the saint concubine didn't say anything. Qin Peng's attention was focused on Old Man Wang. After taking the body-forging pill, Old Man Wang didn't look like a 70-year-old man anymore, but more like a 60-year-old man. Manager Wu of the Jinyuan group didn't plan to demolish the house by force when he saw the people from Old Man Wang's family. He said to Wang Gu'er, Village Chief Wang, now that my family is here, why don't we all calm down and talk about the contract? If you are not satisfied with the compensation, we can discuss it again. Manager Wu, don't be afraid. A few people are nothing. Leave it to me. Wang Gu'er waved his hand and took care of everything. Manager Wu, right? This old house won't be sold even if you offer a sky-high price. It's not that we want to raise the price, but my father-in-law is used to living here. You can leave. Chen Peng waved his hand at Manager Wu. Manager Wu had a bitter smile on his face. The higher-ups had already given the order to buy this land. Now that Old Man Wang clearly didn't want to sell. He just shut his mouth and looked at Wang Gu'er. Maybe this village chief could have some ideas. Qin Peng, since when did your legs become so agile? Wang Gu'er frowned. What does it have to do with you? Let me tell you, if you don't bring your people out of here, I won't be polite anymore. Qin Peng said coldly. In the past few years of working in the martial arts club, he had seen many high-ranking officials and nobles. Chen Peng's aura now was even more terrifying than when Ning Chi was on Earth. Yo, stop pretending. Don't I know what kind of person you are, Qin Peng? When Ning Chi was here, I still gave you some face. Now that Ning Chi is dead, even his bones are gone. What's there to be proud of? Wang Gu'er laughed. He didn't care about Chen Peng's aura at all. It was all because of his first impression, and he didn't take Qin Peng seriously at all. Everyone's expression suddenly became a little strange. Old Man Wang was about to get angry, but he heard a familiar voice coming from the side. Oh, when I was here, you gave Qin Peng face. Then are you going to give me face now? Ning Chi smiled faintly and walked in front of Wang Gu'er. His face had already changed to what it used to be, but he didn't age and still looked very young. Ah, Old Man Wang looked at Ning Chi speechlessly. Dad, cousin is really back. He also asked us to bring the elixir you took last time. I will tell you the details after we settle the matter at hand. Wang Nan went forward to support Old Man Wang and said in a low voice. Old Man Wang was surprised and happy, and he nodded vigorously. You! Wang Guo looked as if he had seen a ghost. His subordinates didn't recognize Ning Qi, and they secretly wondered why the village chief was so afraid of a young man. You don't recognize me? Mangy dog? I remember this nickname. I think it was I who gave you this nickname, right? Ning Qi smiled. Impossible. You have been dead for more than 10 years. Yes, you haven't aged at all. You are not Ning Qi. Who are you? Wang Guo seemed to be comforting himself. Am I really dead? Do you want me to tell you about how you peeped at widow Wang bathing? Speaking of which, she is your aunt, right? Ning Qi smiled. You really are Ning Qi. Wang Guo was shocked, but after the shock he changed his mind. Ning Qi had disappeared for more than 10 years, and there was no news of him. It was very likely that he had fallen and was too ashamed to come back. Thinking of this, Wang Guo felt that his guess was correct, and his lips suddenly curled up into a cold smile. So what if you are Ning Qi? Do you still think you are the big brother? Today, I said, I will tear down this house, and I will tear it down no matter who. As soon as he finished speaking, a black SUV screeched to a stop, and then 3 men in black hurried out. The leader walked in front of Wang Guo and said coldly, Wang Guo, you are under arrest for treason. Take him away. Chapter 1563. Chapter 1563. Chapter 1563. To return home in glory. What are you doing? Who are you people? Wang Guo immediately reacted and struggled frantically. When his subordinates saw this, they immediately rushed forward. In the end, the black-clothed man suddenly lifted his clothes, revealing the weapon at his waist. They immediately froze on the spot, not daring to move. 2 black-clothed men shoved the struggling Wang Guo into the car. Then the leader of the black-clothed men respectfully said to Ning Qi, Mr. Beixian, from now on, no one will come here to collect land. Ning Qi nodded calmly. Tell your boss that he's considerate. Yes. There was a flash of joy in the man's eyes. He turned around and left respectfully. It was then that Manager Wu of the Jinyuan group came to his senses. He mumbled to himself, Beixian, Ares Corporation? Are you the chairman of the Ares Corporation, Ning Beixian? When he looked up at Ning Qi, his eyes were filled with shock. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently and picked up a phone. Hualing, what's the background of Jinyuan Group? Oh, a small group. Has it gone public? By their stocks. Manager Wu's forehead was covered in sweat when he heard the conversation. He quickly stepped forward and said, Mr. Beixian, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. All of you scram. Ning Qi said lightly. Manager Wu still wanted to say something, but after meeting Ning Qi's eyes, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. He quickly lowered his head and turned to leave in a hurry. As soon as he left, the others also hurriedly fled in panic, especially Wang Guo's subordinates. Until now, they still hadn't realized how their village chief had suddenly been arrested for treason. After everyone left, Old Man Wang walked over to Ning Qi. He sized up Ning Qi's face and said in a trembling voice, Why are you still so young? Where have you been hiding these past 10 years? Did he provoke some enemies? I once warned you not to mingle in the underworld and not to do bad things. Why didn't you listen? If something were to happen to you, how would I be able to face your mother in the future? Brother-in-law, it's a long story. I've left the underworld a long time ago. I've already turned over a new leaf. I haven't shown myself for more than 10 years, not because I'm being chased by my enemies, but for another reason. Ning Qi laughed. Really? A hint of joy flashed in Old Man Wang's eyes. Of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Good. Mend your ways. All right. Old Man Wang was greatly comforted. Let's talk inside. Chun Peng smiled. After everyone entered the house, Ning Chi told old Wang about what had happened during this period of time, but he still felt like he was listening to a fantasy story. It was not until he talked about the bone-forging pill that old Wang began to believe him. After all, he had personally tested the effects of the bone-forging pill, and he was already used to using a cane. Even if Ning Chi and the others had not come, and Wang Guer had attacked, old Wang would not have been at a disadvantage. Merely 20 or so ordinary people would not even be able to withstand a few punches from him. When old man Wang learned that Ning Chi was here to marry the Saintess Cold Sky, he looked her up and down and was very pleased with her. The Saint Concubine's temperament was top-notch. Not only did she have the temperament of a strong woman, but she also had a hint of being cultured and well-mannered. "Has the wedding date been set? Where are we getting married?" Old Wang asked. "The wedding venue will naturally be here. Let's do it according to the village's customs." Ning Chi smiled. Old Wang nodded with satisfaction, and then a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He said to Ning Chi, "Your father's relatives, them? Let's not invite them." Ning Chi said indifferently. Ever since he could remember, he had only seen his father's relatives a few times. Every time, he could feel the disgust in their eyes. Although Ning Chi did not know what was going on, with his personality, he naturally would not use his warm face to stick to a cold, but invite them? Why not? And invite them in a grand manner? Now that you have returned, Wang Guer has caught you just like that. I want to show them how powerful the person that none of them wanted to adopt is now. Old Wang suddenly became heroic, and his voice was like spring thunder. "Everything is up to you." Ning Chi smiled. Next, under Hua Lang's arrangement, a few construction teams entered Beishuiyang. Old Wang said to tear down the house and rebuild it, the bigger the better, for Ning Chi's wedding. The villagers were all very curious. When they learned that Ning Chi had appeared and that Wang Guer had been caught, they were instantly shocked. They secretly guessed Ning Chi's current identity. When they saw a few construction teams with a total of hundreds of people entering the area and the occasional helicopter hovering in the sky, the villagers were extremely shocked. They all tried to find opportunities to get close to old Wang to find out more about Ning Chi. Among them, Wang Guer's family even came to make trouble a few times, but they were all immediately caught. Tianhai City. In a high-class residential area, in a room, 5 middle-aged men and women were gathered together. There was also an old man sitting in the middle. Nearby, there were 7 or 8 young men in their 20s, either sitting or standing. "Dad," Wang Mingyang called. He said that Ning Chi is getting married and invited us to Beishuiyang for the wedding. A middle-aged man said in a low voice. The old man raised his eyebrows. "How old are you? He must be in his 40s or 50s, right? Still married?" The group of young men laughed. They had only found out today that they had such a relative. They heard that he was the son of their grandfather's younger brother. He was from the same generation as their parents. It's been so many years. "Dad, are you still not getting over it?" A middle-aged woman suddenly said. The old man immediately glanced at her. "Even if I die, I still won't get over it. Back then, your second uncle insisted on marrying a woman from the mountains, which angered your grandfather to death. Otherwise, how could our Ning family not even be able to leave Tianhai City today?" The middle-aged woman suddenly did not dare to speak. Back then, the old man of the Ning family held a high position in Tianhai City. At that time, he was still very young and had the possibility of advancing further. However, he died in a car accident on the way to Beishuiyang. At that time, it seemed that he was on his way to settle scores with their second uncle. Hence, their father blamed their second uncle for their grandfather's death. Even their second uncle's son was hated in his heart, and they had not contacted each other for the past 40 to 50 years. Because of this, the Ning family declined. Now, although they all had some status in their respective departments, the eldest brother who was doing the best was only the director of Tianhai City's Gushin District Public Security Bureau. He was about to retire. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke again. I heard that he was a gangster. He only got married at this age, so he must have some achievements. All right, let's all go. I want to see how he is doing now. Chapter 1564. Chapter 1564. Chapter 1564. A great fortune. That fiend is getting married. This news quickly spread throughout the capital, and all the large families immediately began to plan. When the Lin, Zhao, and Qin families found out that Lin Zihan and the others were going to be Ning Qi's groomsmen, the three family heads were pleasantly surprised. They immediately used their connections to find a wedding gift for Ning Qi. Granny Ling, Master, is getting married. What should we give him? Immortal Blood Dragon and the others gathered together and discussed in a low voice. In the past few years, they had constantly received elixirs from Ning Qi, and their realms had improved rapidly. They were hundreds of times stronger than before, and all of them had entered the 7th level of Qi refining realm. Naturally, they respected Ning Qi even more. Master doesn't have anything? I think it's better to help Senior Hua Lang arrange the wedding banquet, lest some ignorant people come to make trouble. Granny Ling said. Immortal Good and Evil thought it made sense. Others might not know Ning Qi, but they knew him very well. In this world, Ning Qi would not lack anything. Even if he did, it was not something they could give him. Soon, the 4 of them gathered around Hua Lang to help. The 4 of them were very powerful in the secular world. With their help, Ning Qi's wedding preparations were carried out in an orderly manner. Lin Jun, your recent performance is not good. The company may have some difficulties these days. I think you should. Boss, I know. Lin Jun held the cardboard box and left the company under everyone's pointing fingers. When he walked out of the office building, he happened to meet an annoying guy. The guy was followed by a woman, and she looked at Lin Jun evasively. Lin Jun, what's wrong? Were you fired? Why don't you work in my company? The annoying guy smiled, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Yang Zhen, you found this kind of trash? I thought you had seen the world. Lin Jun ignored that guy and said to the woman with a smile that was not a smile. Yang Zhen lowered her head guiltily, but immediately raised it again. So what? Ning Beixian is still missing. Has he ever cared about you? Zhen Zhen, who is Ning Beixian. The annoying guy was a little strange. Scenes flashed through Yang Zhen's mind, and a trace of fear flashed across her eyes. She then shook her head. Let's not talk about him. He's not in the same world as us anyway. She looked at Lin Jun and said seriously, that kind of person won't be friends with us forever. Lin Jun, you'd better find a job. Li Ming and I are about to get married. When the time comes, you should come to the wedding. Are you guys getting married? When is the wedding date? I'll definitely come. Lin Junqiang smiled. August 16th, Li Ming chuckled. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, and they instantly cried out in surprise. Helicopter! F***CK, this isn't a military or police helicopter. It looks like a private helicopter. It's the Ares Corp. Everyone could see the Ares God Corporation's logo on the helicopter. Lin Jun looked up. He was not in a good mood at the moment and was not in the mood to watch the show. He was about to leave when he heard Yang Jin exclaim, "The helicopter is flying towards us!" There was a large, empty space in front of the office building. Everyone immediately dispersed. Soon, the helicopter landed on the ground, and a charming woman jumped out. The woman combed her messy hair, then walked towards Lin Jun with a smile on her high heels. "Are you Mr. Lin Junlin?" Yes, I am." "You are." Lin Jun was stunned. Li Ming and Yang Zhen were also stunned. The people nearby looked at Lin Jun in a different light. Even Lin Jun's former colleagues and boss, who had come out to watch the show, were shocked when they saw the beautiful woman coming down from the Ares Corporation's helicopter and walking straight to Lin Jun. "Our chairman is getting married, and he wants Mr. Lin to be his groomsman. If it's convenient for Mr. Lin, shall we leave now?" Lu Ling smiled. She was the lobby manager of the Arctic Mountain Hotel. Lu Ling ever since the Arctic Mountain Group became the Aries Corp. She seemed to have gotten lucky. Not only did she work at the headquarters, but she was also promoted every 6 months. Now, she was the assistant to the general manager. Your chairman? Who is it? Lin Jun was confused. Chairman Bei Xian. Aren't you his good friend? Lu Ling was slightly stunned. Boss? It's the boss? The Aries Corp belongs to the boss? Lin Jun suddenly understood. When Yang Zhen heard this, she could not help but cover her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at Lin Jun in disbelief. Boss? Lu Ling's expression became more respectful. It seemed that the person in front of her had an unusual relationship with the chairman. Mr. Lin, shall we leave now? Lu Ling smiled. Wait, boss is getting married. What about Yu Qingfeng and the rest? Lin Jun asked. A helicopter has already gone to pick them up. Lu Ling smiled. When Lin Jun heard this, a smile appeared on his face. When is the boss' wedding date? If there are no accidents, it should be on the 16th of August. Lu Ling said, Li Ming, Yang Zhen, I'm sorry. I might not be able to attend your wedding. Lin Jun looked at Li Ming and Yang Zhen apologetically. No, it's okay, Li Ming said blankly. It was not until Lin Jun boarded the helicopter and it took off that he came back to his senses. He quickly looked at Yang Zhen. What is your ex-boyfriend's background? Yang Zhen looked at the sky absent-mindedly, unable to control herself for a long time. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes by Shuiyang. When Yu Qingfeng and the rest saw Ning Qi again, they all complained that Ning Qi had disappeared without a trace in the past few years. This time, I have left a few positions in the Aries Corporation for you guys. After the wedding, you guys can retire in peace. Isn't it good that the boss is treating you guys like this? Ning Qi smiled. How much? Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Wu Wenhui also had difficulty breathing. Ever since everyone knew that the boss of the Aries Corporation was Ning Qi, they couldn't control themselves. The current Aries Corporation's market value was several times more terrifying than the Arctic Mountain Group. It could be said to be the #1 company in China. 10,000 a month. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone instantly rolled their eyes. Plus 5% of the shares each. Ning Qi smiled. What? Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but gasp. 5% of the shares? With a rough calculation, this was close to 10 billion yuan of wealth. What's there to be surprised about? Is money useful to me? Other than you guys, I have given the rest of the shares to my cousin's family. Ning Qi sneered. Chapter 1565. Chapter 1565. Chapter 1565. A nouveau riche with the help of superior manpower and material resources. A large courtyard house consisting of 6 or 7 small courtyards had appeared on Old Man Wang's previous land. There were rockery and flowing water inside, and it was very exquisite. Whether it was the walls, the eaves, or the floor, they were all made of the best materials. When the villagers saw this large house, their eyes were filled with shock, jealousy, and envy. In private, they were talking about how Old Man Wang was enjoying his old age and how his nephew was so promising. During this period, Hua Lang had received many requests. They all wanted to attend Ning Qi's wedding banquet, but they were afraid that Ning Qi would not agree. If they came rashly and angered Ning Qi, it would not be good. Hua Lang told Ning Qi that Ning Qi would let Hua Lang choose herself. She could decide who could come and who could not. The Dongfang family seemed to have moved house. All the direct family members were here. Dongfang Bo was slightly older than Old Man Wang. The 2 old men played chess in the courtyard every day. When Old Man Wang found out about Dongfang Bo's true identity, he was only slightly surprised. After that, he treated Dongfang Bo as an ordinary old man and was not afraid of him. This made Yu Qingfeng and the others even more respectful to Old Man Wang. They secretly guessed that Old Man Wang was also an influential figure in the past. Chairman, I'm afraid that the reporters have already smelled the scent of your wedding. Should we get security to block all the major entrances and prevent them from entering? Lu Ling stood in front of Ning Qi and said respectfully. Her mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Who would have thought that the son of a rich family would accept the Arctic Mountain Group in the blink of an eye, establish the Aries Group, and become the richest man in China? Thinking of this, Lu Ling felt a little lucky. She was glad that she had received Ning Qi back then. Otherwise, she would still be in the hotel lobby, smiling at the elites from all over the world. There's no need for that. If you want to take pictures, just do it. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, General Manager Hua said that if you have any special requirements for the wedding ceremony, she will make the arrangements. Lu Ling said, There's no need for any other ceremony. It's just a wedding. Ning Qi waved his hand. Lu Ling felt a little awkward. Was she going to pass on Ning Qi's words to Hua Lang? Boss, Old Man Wang said that your father's relatives are here and wants you to go over. Lin Jun shouted from the door. Ning Qi nodded, and his appearance began to change visibly. Lu Ling didn't seem to be surprised by this. Being able to become a senior member of the Aries Group, her vision was now extraordinary. She had long known that in this world, there was such a level of existence that mortals couldn't reach. Lin Jun was not used to Ning Qi's appearance, so he kept sneaking glances at him as he followed behind him. What's there to look at? Isn't it just skin? If you keep looking, I'll turn you into a beauty. Ning Qi gave him a sidelong glance. Lin Jun's heart quivered in fright. He immediately put on a serious expression and said, I saw that boss is too handsome, so I couldn't help but take another look. Since boss doesn't want me to look, then I won't look. Dad, is the address correct? This is Wang Mingyang's house? A few SUVs stopped by the side of the road, and everyone got out. Ning Jian looked at the magnificent building not far away with some doubt. How could a place like Bai Shuiyang have such a deep house and courtyard? Moreover, there were security guards dressed in black, standing around. Could this place be the summer villa of some big shot? Ning Jian was the director of the Public Security Bureau. His eyes were sharp. At a glance, he could tell that the group of men in black had an extraordinary aura. They didn't look like ordinary people, but more like they came from the army. The rest of the people also looked at the old man. Ning Ziyuan frowned and looked at such a big house. A trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Coincidentally, a villager passed by. He immediately went forward and asked, Big sister, is this Wang Yangming's house? The old woman smiled and said, Yes, this is Old Man Wang's house. His family is now doing well. I heard that his nephew has made a lot of money outside. This courtyard is newly built. TSK, it's just like in a TV series. Thank you, big sister. Ning Ziyuan's expression was a little ugly. He snorted coldly at Ning Jian. Look, how many bad things have you done outside to have such a big family business? I know that you have been in contact with Ning Qi in private for more than 10 years. Do you know what he has done in the past 10 years? Ning Jian hurriedly said, Dad, I definitely don't know. Back then, I did contact Ning Qi a few times because of work, but I actually wanted to catch evidence of his crime. In the end, I didn't find anything and Ning Qi disappeared. I only found out that he was back this time. Disappeared? Ning Ziyuan frowned slightly. How can a living person disappear? It seems like he went somewhere else to fish for money. I want to see how powerful he is now. Let's go. When the group of people were about to reach the entrance of the big house, a man in black immediately came forward and stopped them. This is the Ning Mansion. Unauthorized people, please stop. Ning Mansion. What big words? My name is Ning Ziyuan, and he is Ning Jian. All of us have the surname Ning. You still want to stop us? Ning Ziyuan snorted coldly. The man in black tilted his head and pressed the receiver on his ear with his hand. Then he nodded and looked at Ning Ziyuan respectfully, saying, "Please come in." The vermilion door slowly opened. Ning Jian and his brothers and sisters looked at each other, then crowded around Ning Ziyuan and walked inside. The expressions of the third generation of the Ning family changed slightly. They originally thought that they were here to attend a poor relative's wedding. They didn't expect this poor relative's home to be so luxurious. Although this place wasn't as expensive as Tianhai City, to build such a big house would probably cost at least 70 to 80 million yuan. "Everyone, please follow me." A woman in a small black suit smiled at Ning Ziyuan and the others. Soon after, she brought them to a garden. Behind a few fake mountains, there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Wang and Uncle Dongfang were fighting fiercely there. "It's so big inside." Along the way, everyone was shocked by the size of this place. Ning Ziyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible shock. This garden alone was very expensive. Ning Ziyuan often played with flowers and plants, and he had already seen many precious species. A nouveau riche. What a waste of natural resources. Ning Ziyuan snorted coldly. "Old man, who are you calling a nouveau riche?" Old Man Wang's eyes and ears were sharp. He directly flipped the chessboard and looked coldly at Ning Ziyuan. Uncle Dongfang looked at Old Man Wang with a strange expression. Was this old man really flipped the chessboard because of this sentence and not because he was about to be checkmated? "Wang Mingyang, don't think that you can strut around in front of me just because Ning Qi has some money now." Ning Ziyuan shouted angrily.